Good evening and welcome to a public hearing held today, August 5th, 2024 of the Newark Central Planning Board. Under the Open Public Hearing Act of 1973, also known as the Sunshine Law, in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, Section 5, adequate notice of the hearing has been provided by notifying the Newark, Star Ledger, and Jersey Journal newspapers. Also, the schedule
Recording in progress.
Also, the schedule of regular hearing and conferences of the Newark Central Planning Board has been posted on the designated bulletin board in the basement of City Hall and filed in the office of the city clerk in January of 2024. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public hearing, as is permitted under an NJSA 1049.3, was also placed on the City of Newark website. Members of the public can make public comments by audio or by audio and video as permitted by the Zoom electronic communication platform. While in this meeting, you would press on raise hand on the bottom. It says left-hand corner, but on some computers, it may be towards your right on the bottom of the computer screen or mobile device. Raise hand allows participants to notify the host that they would like to speak without interrupting them. If you are calling in, press *9 on your telephone to raise your hand. The Central Planning Board will be mindful of the number of items on the agenda and will move as expeditiously as possible to complete the agenda. However, due to the amount of development requiring board review and the complexity of projects, it may not be possible to hear every item if the meeting runs later than 11 o'clock p.m. We're not going past 11 o'clock. Okay. In the event that the agenda is not completed by 11 p.m. tonight, the board will finish hearing the application. They are in the process of hearing, but no new application will be called after that item is complete. Any applications that were not heard by that time will be rescheduled to the earliest available date, which will be announced on the record if possible. The meeting of the Newark Central Planning Board will now come to order. Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan.
Present.
Commissioner Baez.
Present.
Commissioner Purdy.
Present.
Commissioner Timmons.
Present.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree. We have his absent. Commissioner De Silva.
Here.
Commissioner James. We have his absent. Co-Chair Witcher.
Present. All right, so the first application that we are going to hear is a courtesy review. The application is CPB 24-65 for the address of 206 to 228 Freeland-Heisen Avenue, block 2755.16 in the South Ward. And this is the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission. If the applicants are available, please raise your hand so that the secretary can bring you into the panel.
And just for the record, Madam Chair, Commissioner Scott Roundtree has joined us.
Good evening, Commissioner Roundtree.
Yeah. Huh?
Purdy, you're unmuted. Commissioner Purdy, you're unmuted.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Clark.
Good
Yes.
evening, Mr. Clark. Are you the attorney for the application?
No, ma'am, I'm the engineer.
We see
As a
Clark
courtesy-
Sanders and where's Is Michael Byrd the attorney?
There is no attorney
No
for
attorney,
this,
ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
All right, so who's going to be sworn? Who's the representative of the DMV?
Who
I'll
will
be-
I be swearing in first, Carissa?
Mr. Clark,
Mr. Clark is prepared.
Mr. Clark. Good evening, Mr. Clark. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes,
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
certainly. My name is David, middle initial A, last name Clark, C-L-A-R-K. I work for CP, that's Charlie Paul Engineers. And I am the representative for the civil engineering aspects for my client, ultimate client, I should say, which is the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission.
Thank
Thank
you. You may proceed. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
You
Thank
may
you.
proceed, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Thank you for seeing us this evening on, as I'll say, short notice, and to give a brief understanding of the project. Am I allowed to share my screen? Is that possible?
You certainly may.
Thank you. Needed to cooperate, that's all. Full size. There we go. Can everybody see my screen? It's a plan sheet SW001. It's an existing conditions plan of the subject property, which is located at 228 Frelinghuysen Ave in Newark. Project consists of 3 separate lots. Block 2755 for all lots, lots 16, 20, and 66. All of the lots are owned by the state of New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission, and currently the site consists of an existing agency building. Let me zoom in a little bit here, get a little bit closer. An existing agency building outlined here in red. An inspection, a 4-bay inspection building, as well as a single bay inspection building. The project is located at the northeast corner of Frelinghuysen Avenue and Concord Street. This lot here, right at the corner, is not part of the project. It's basically an L shape with access off of Concord, an existing access off of Frelinghuysen Avenue. 2 accesses, actually, one to what is known as the testing area, vehicle testing area, where applicants come and are tested for their parallel parking and that type of aspect of their test. The remainder of the property, large parking area, the north is to the left of the plan. So on the north side, central part of the property is parking. The east side of the property, which is top of the plan sheet, is the entrance off of Concord, where people queue to come to the various inspection facilities and either go through the 4-bay facility and then exit out onto Frelinghuysen, or through the 1-bay inspection and exit out onto Concord Street. We are in the light industrial zone in Newark Industrial District, and the building type that is being proposed for the project is what's known as a detached commercial facility. The proposed project consists of removal of the 2 inspection buildings. And I'm going to move on to my proposed plan. The 2 inspection buildings, one that sits in this area and one that sits back in this area, are being removed. The agency building is now going to be a slightly enlarged 2-story agency building. And the existing agency building, which is in this area of the site, is going to be removed. Inspection facilities are being moved off-site and shut down at this particular facility. There are, as a note on an item from your planner, there are to address that issue, there are 4 different locations within 20 to 30 minutes of this particular site. There's a Secaucus site, Broadway site, Edison, and Lodi. And in fact, for some folks in Newark, it might be easier to access those sites versus coming to this one, depending upon where they live. So the existing site driveway, which is to the north off of Frelinghuysen, is going to remain and be slightly improved. The existing driveway, which is in the center of the site here, is being moved slightly south to configure it with the street, the adjacent to the cross street on Frelinghuysen Avenue. And the existing Concord access is looking to be improved to provide access to the site. Central to the site is a public parking area. To the south of that is a employee parking area that will consist of 57 employee spaces. We're looking to have 133 public parking spaces. The motor vehicle testing, which used to be in this northwest corner of the site, is being moved to the southeast corner and providing separate areas for motor vehicle as well as motorcycle testing, which is moving a significant issue which happens along Frelinghuysen Avenue, where currently customers queue along Frelinghuysen and await access and entrance into the facilities testing area. All of that queuing is going to be occurring off public streets on the property and be maintained up in this area. Just a couple of items to note as far as the site itself. We do meet the minimum lot size. We exceed the required is 5,000 square feet. We are just shy of 4 acres at 3.95 acres, or 170, almost 172,000 square feet. Lot width required is 50. We're at 400. Building height, we're allowed 96 or 8 stories. We're going to be about just a little over 29 and 2 stories. Front yard, there's actually 2 requirements in this zone, either 0 if you're up on the property line, and we're not, or maximum front yard of 5 feet, meaning that we need the requirement is to have the facility up at, or the building up at the building property frontage. That is problematic for how we have to operate, because we have an existing agency building that's in this area that needs to be maintained throughout the construction process. And really our only area is at the rear of the site. And it works quite well to have it in the back corner. We have an existing rail line behind us, an industrial facility to the north, and a what I'll call retail / commercial facility to our south, with a significant storage area. If you're familiar with sea boxes, metal sea boxes that are used for shipping containers, that this whole rear property area is chock full of those. So we have no residential around us, and this sets back nicely. We are 30 feet off the rear and side yards, so we do meet side yard. We do meet rear yard setback requirements. Maximum building coverage is allowable is 85%. We are going from 16.9 to 12.4. Lot coverage, we're allowed 83. There is no requirement. We're currently at 83.9, and we're going to be at 78.5 when the site is finally constructed. Number of existing parking spaces, 111 exist on site striped. There's a number of areas that are unstriped where people tend to park right now. Our proposed is going to be 133 in this public parking area, 57 off on the staff parking, and total on site of 190. And as I had mentioned, the queuing occurs back here for the testing area, which takes a lot of traffic out of this central location and away from pedestrian traffic. We are opening up and, as I had mentioned, moving one of the driveways south, but there's a pedestrian entrance that is clearly denoted here at the central portion of the building, striped. There's a gate in the front. We will have fence around the property, and in the rear and the sides, it's chain link. Along the front is a decorative aluminum fencing that we're going to be utilizing. Slide gates at the two front entrances, swing gate at the front pedestrian, and two swing gates because it's a significant opening at this, I'll call it the Concord entrance. So that's kind of the overall of what we're planning for the site. And we do have two memorandums that were issued by your professionals. One being the planning department, and there were a number of notations on that with regard to concerns. One, as I had already noted, was the removal of the vehicle inspection station. Obviously, folks that are coming for vehicle inspection are already driving. And as I had mentioned, we have the motor vehicle facility or commission has 4 facilities within 20 to 30 minutes of that existing site. With respect to landscaping, there have been comments made as to the desire to add additional landscaping, and in discussions with our client, they had indicated that they are amenable to working with your tree protection folks or your city tree superintendent to provide some additional tree plantings on site. With kind of a clarification, we would like to have them along the rear and sides of the site. There are existing plantings or trees along Frelinghuysen Avenue. We are losing one of those trees with the movement of the driveway, but we are amenable to doing some tree plantings. One big concern is security on the site, so not looking to do a significant amount of screening or anything along the frontage or the sides where or between the building and the parking areas, so as not to block the view of cameras on site, security cameras, or for police as they drive by in the evenings to be able to view the site. So again, we'd be happy to work with your tree superintendent on that. And the next item is the memorandum from your Division of Sewer and Water. Going through their items, the applicant plans to indicate all utilities available on the street at the site location, item number 1. Yes, we can update and provide that. We had actually shown the ones that were of concern to us or for the project. There are additional in the street that we don't necessarily cross. Some of them are on the far side of the street, but we will update accordingly. We do have some additional information provided by your engineering department so that we can do that. Item number 2, they are correct, at least in terms of an annotation. We do show 2 water lines coming on the site in this area and leading to the back of the facility. On our utility plan, we have an errant annotation that indicates there's 1 line coming in, not 2, and we will correct that. Obviously, the length of the lines coming from the Frelinghuysen frontage, these are the 2 water lines, both a domestic and a fire line. Fire line is connecting to the high pressure water main out in the street, and the domestic water line would be connecting to the low pressure water main out in the street. But due to those lengths, we were asked to provide what are known as hot boxes, basically above ground heated structures where the water main actually comes up into that structure, and it houses things like pressure backflow preventers, meter, a water meter, potentially the any pressure reducing valves required, and we do show those. We have been now provided with the specific types that Newark actually requires in this letter, so we'll appropriately size these boxes to make sure that all the necessary equipment can fit into those hot boxes. And so that takes care of item number 2. Item number 3, we've provided our stormwater report to your engineering department, and we're willing to review and discuss that item with them. Item number 4, there is an existing stormwater line that runs through the property. It starts about in this area, and when I zoom in, you can see a little bit better. It's a storm line that runs the dash line running through the property, and the high side or the upstream side is on Frelinghuysen, and it flows through the property to a sewer main at the rear of the property, and that is back in this area off our property within the rail line property. And they have just asked that we're actually existing, we're connected to that storm line, and we're looking to remain with our stormwater infrastructure connecting to that line. And they've just asked that we work with them regarding where that starts and stops and how where it discharges to, and we've been more than happy to coordinate with your engineering water department. Item number 5, A, B, C, and D. Yes, we agree. We can provide water demand calculations, fire flow calculations, sewer flow calculations, and the domestic water meter sizing. That's not a concern. We can provide that to you. And item number 6, we actually already have received hydrant flow tests through your engineering, water and sewer department for both the high pressure and the low pressure back in April of this year, end of April. So we do have that information, and we do have, we'd be happy to share that with your folks. I don't know where the mix-up came, but either they didn't realize we already did that, or they're missing that information, but we can send that back to them without any issues. That's my engineering testimony. I can also provide you a copy or show you a copy. These are the elevations of the proposed building. This is the building front. With it, it's slightly raised, the building, because of finished floor requirements due to state flood hazard regulations. So the finished floor is about 2 to 2.5 feet higher than, I'll say, the average site elevation. And there's a plaza across the front that accesses the entire building frontage, and then right side or south side. This is the building rear elevation view. A number of employee and or I'll say emergency exits. And then we have, sorry, I've got the east side elevation. This is, I'll say south side, south elevation, which is facing that motor vehicle testing area. And then the north elevation, which faces the adjacent industrial building.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. Have all these pages been submitted to the city?
Yes, ma'am. These pages and more. I actually cut down my, these were all in the submission that came to the city.
All right, much appreciated. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions for Mr. Clark?
I do, Vice Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Baez.
I don't know if that question really goes to Mr. Clark, but my question is, I believe in that side of the motor vehicle, they was only do license. So my question is, I want to know if they're going to do full service as registration, license, inspection, and all of that stuff. So I believe they only do license in that side now. So I just want to know if they're going to do full service in it.
I'll say full service for the motor vehicle agency aspect, which is the registration, licensing, the testing. They are no longer going to have inspection services at that facility.
Besides inspection, you're going to have a registration and driver license and stuff like that, right?
You broke up a little bit, but yes, I'll say registration, licensing, and the vehicle test, not the vehicle testing, the testing for vehicle licensing, such as going out and taking your driver test.
All right. Thank you. That makes sense.
right.
Thank you.
So in the road test and the written test, is that what you're saying? Or however it's done now?
Yes, yes, Chair.
All right. Okay, thank you. Does that complete your testimony, Mr. Clark?
Yes, unless anyone has any more questions.
All right, I see Mr. Michael, you have Mr. Michael, are you Burr or Bull?
It's Bull.
Okay, so you're the representative. Yes, please.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm a engineer with motor vehicles. I was just going to answer the question. Everything will stay
You're
the
not
same.
sworn yet, though.
I'm sorry.
So we need the
Mr. Bull.
attorney to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Michael Bull, Jr., and I'm an engineer with motor vehicles.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Bull.
Yes, I was just answering the last gentleman's question. Everything will stay the same as of right now. No registration will be done at the site. Currently, it's licensing. All of the agencies haven't been a dual. We call it a dual functioning where you could do registration and do licensing. The agency will stay just licensing for right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Chair, I do apologize in my misstatement.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. All right. Does that,
Vice Chair, just a
Commissioner Baez?
sorry. So you mean that it stays the same until it's being renewed, until the building is being built, right? So when the building is renewed, it's going to be changing? It's going to be doing registration and stuff like that now or not?
Not as of right now. Whatever services that are offered currently will stay the same. Yep.
Wow. Well, thank you.
All right. Does that complete your testimony? I see Mr. Sanders is on. Is he also presenting testimony or is he?
I could review the elevations more if there's any questions. Otherwise, I don't need to be sworn in.
Okay, I don't believe so. Any commissioners have any additional questions? Mr. Clark, if you could give me the screen. Thank you. I see Ms. Shindy has her hand raised.
Yes.
Ms.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes,
Mr. Clark? I do.
Mr. Beck, you're muted.
Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Pallavi Shinde, Director of Planning for City of Newark. I just wanted to make a statement and a comment that the application was submitted a few days ago, and we were only able to share everything with the engineering department very recently. So we really didn't give them enough time to put together a formal report. So I wanted to let the applicant know that they will be required to work with the engineering department and water and sewer department so that all their requirements are met, and you might have to revise your drawings and resubmit them to comply with their regulations. So you do get a waiver from the zoning regulations as this is a courtesy review. But I just wanted to state that, and then the permits will only be processed once all those requirements are met, and you do get compliance review from water and sewer and engineering. And I had a whole another speech on tree planting.
I
but I heard
was
that
gonna
the-
let me go ahead. So how many trees do we need on this project? How many were we expecting? Mr. Barry, can you answer?
I can. Expecting us from you.
Mr. Beck, can you swear on Mr. Barry in? He's not been on yet.
Good evening, Mr. Barry. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
John Barry, consulting planner for the board. Madam Chair, to answer your question, I prepared a brief report for the board this afternoon. If this were a standard application based on the frontage and the width of the lot and the number of parking spaces, a total of 64 trees would be required throughout the site in different areas and along the frontage. I heard Mr. Clark's testimony and that the applicant would be willing to work with the city's tree superintendent to come up with a planting plan that I think works for all parties. There's not a strict zoning requirement because this is a courtesy review, but I would highly recommend that the agency attempt to come as close to compliance as possible because it is a major priority for the city of Newark to continue to enhance its tree canopy, having plantings as part of parking facilities and larger areas of impervious surface to help offset some of the flooding and heat island effect impacts and air quality impacts of the expansive industrial areas and parking in the city. So I would highly recommend that as much could be planted as possible. I would appreciate that.
And I agree as the chair. That area is a little rough, especially when we think about the building that's not, part of the state's parcel to the south, the retail commercial space with those shipping containers. That's outside of your purview, but it's a little rough. So if you can beautify your building and the surrounds of your building, that would be a great asset to the neighborhood and to the city. So we appreciate you. So at this time, if there are no additional questions or comments from city professionals or commissioners, we would like to invite members of the public. If you have a question or comment with regards to this courtesy review, please press *9 or raise hand so that we may bring you into the panel.
Ooh, we have one, Madam Chair.
All right, bring that person on.
Mr. Coulter.
Good evening, Mr. Coulter. Mr. Coulter, if you could turn your camera on, please, so that you may.
Good evening, Mr. President. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can
Mr.
see you
President, good
now. Mr.
How
Beck,
you doing?
how are you?
Good evening. Do you
Good.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, Mr. Beck.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Shay Coulter, 920 Broad Street, Newark, New Jersey. And I hope your summer is going well, Mr. Beck.
All right, Mr. Coulter, what's your question or concern?
My question, Mr. President, to the applicant and Mr. David Clark gave a very good presentation. My question was really both external on the property and internal on the property. One being the pedestrian ingress egress area, that bus stop area and ingress egress be done in a modernization standard and possibly engage a partnership with NJIT. That bus stop sometimes is under high traffic load of the ingress egress, and I'm sure your board and the engineering department has information in their paperwork for the amount that that bus stop is used. The second part, Mr. President, is Mr. Clark referenced a part that although the construction site itself is not residential, within the perimeter of that building, directly across the street, there is a neighborhood which is zoned residential. And my only concern, Mr. President and colleagues and Mr. Beck, is that when they're demoing the building under the project labor agreement, that there's some good environmental controls for the material debris not drifting upward toward Elizabeth Avenue, and that there's some quality dust control of a commercial building like that size. And I will conclude on these last 2 points with the food. I didn't see in the specs, Mr. Clark, a food concessionary outlet. I heard in the state capitol that that was going to be something that the community would be able to have an entrepreneurial opportunity at, a food concessionary outlet, or if that's something that would need to come from our elected officials. I'm not certain, but I didn't see anything in your specs, and your specs were very good. I saw what was submitted to the Department of Engineering, and that was my concern, that there would be a food concessionary outlet in there. And the last two questions, Mr. Directed toward David Clark, are the pressure valves for the domestic water feed and the external water feeds. Are those, what's the timeline for completion? And what's the highest, in terms of elevation, what's the highest point? What's the highest benchmark area for that area? And is it well above sea level, or is that area somewhere that you're going to have to secure the ground level? Will there need to be piles driven there? We get a lot of flooding down there, and I'm just curious, Mr. President, for the benefit of the city and the interest of the city of Newark, how these soil tests came back. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
President, and those are my comprehensive concerns. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Thank you. Perfectly timed.
Okay.
All right. Do we have someone who can respond to any of or all of these questions?
I'll say, as far as the item one, and if I misspeak, Mr. Coulter, please let me know. Dust control and or concerns environmentally regarding or during the demo of the facilities. Those facilities undergo strict environmental compliance as far as removal of any, I'll say, hazardous or other contaminants. Asbestos is usually one of the big ones, prior to demolition. So those materials have to be removed prior to the demolition of the buildings. And then typically there is dust and nuisance debris control, obviously, during the demolition, to maintain that material on site and or keep any of that dust down during demo. I'm going to skip to number 3 because I can address the pressure valves. Those pressure reducing valves are going to be on site. Those are part of more or less the service lines that are coming to the facility. They have nothing to do with the mains or water distribution throughout the rest of the city. It's what's coming onto the site to maintain or reduce pressure as necessary to meet the requirements of the building itself. And I'm going to hit part of number 4. There is going to be a structural or soil enhancement aspect underneath the building itself. As some folks may know or be familiar with the area, there's a lot of fill that has been placed in not only this site, but this area in general. Current elevation at the site ranges from about 9.5 at one of the lowest drains to a little bit over 11. The new building has to comply with current state flood regulations. Finished floor is going to be at elevation of 12.25 feet. Overall, on the site, with the removal of the buildings, the existing buildings, and the construction of the new buildings, we are actually providing additional flood volume on the site, meaning that more floodwaters are able to be on this facility. We are not reducing the amount of flood storage capacity that the site has, which would impact others. We're actually improving what could happen in the general area. So from that standpoint, we meet state regulations, or more than meet state regulations. But our building itself, the finished floor, is approximately 1.25 feet above the state flood hazard elevation. As far as the food service item, if Michael Bull is still on, he could address that, and or Jim Sanders.
Hey, how are you? I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Bull, can you speak about the vending opportunities and also the bus stop?
Yeah, as far as the vending, we don't allow that anymore actually on the actual site. The last agency we built, which was at Wayne, we did have a couple vendors that would pull up to the agency, and they were food trucks and they wanted to actually sell, but we don't allow that on the actual site anymore. If you want to pull up on Ferlenheisen Avenue and park your truck out in the front, that's fine, but yes, we don't do that anymore as far as being on site.
And do you have any information with regards to the bus stop?
Can you tell me what is he actually is looking for again?
There's a
For
bus
that?
shelter within that parking lot area. Is that what you're speaking about, Mr. Coulter?
Mr. President, respectfully, what I'm encouraging or trying to appreciate Mr. Bull and Mr. Clark's expertise is for them to give us the best. We want a bus stop that looks like the bus stop in Princeton. We want a bus stop that looks like a nice bus stop that would be in Montclair or
All right.
Livingston. And that bus stop, Miss President, if me
Mhm.
and you were to go walk, if we were to have breakfast at Ideal Diner and walk across the street, because I don't eat pork, and walk across the street, we would see that bus stop at some points in time overloaded. And I think that if we engage possibly a future discussion with the New Jersey Transit to support this plan, possibly with some additional support to Mr. Bull's team and Mr. Clark's team, it'll give our planning board some leverage to have at least maybe something modernized near the ingress egress.
All right.
Unless cars are not going to be driving in there, Mr. Bull. If the expectation is that cars are not going to be driving in, but I've seen people almost get hit, not really knowing the area, going there the first time. You've got cars, you've got buses. We have commercial trucks in that area. This is an area that's an industrial area that is kind of like the major leagues of industrial area.
All right. Thank you so much
Yes.
for your clarification.
Yeah, two issues with that. So that's a separate entity. That bus station or that shelter will be provided by New Jersey Transit. That is not something that would be provided by us. And I know when he says the traffic, driving up there, something Mr. Clark brought up earlier is that we're going to actually have the road test in the back of the site. I was surprised, but the queuing up of all of the people taking the test is literally right in front of that bus stop area. And like you said,
That's
we
good,
have
Mr.
trucks.
Bull.
Yep, you have trucks and all of that. So that was one reason why the commission wanted to actually put the testing on site. So parallel parking will be in the back. We're introducing the motorcycle testing that will be in the back. And even all of the people queuing up, they will go up Concord Street and queue up in the actual site. So that would eliminate, if you're talking, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but however many tests we do per half an hour, that's going to eliminate a lot of traffic, and it's going to get unexperienced drivers off of Frelinghuysen Avenue. So, hope
And
that
maybe
answers your
more
question.
user-friendly, right? All right,
Yes,
so
yes,
thank you
yes.
so
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Book. That was my concern, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right.
Yep.
All right. So at this time, this is a courtesy review, right? I need a motion.
Motion to review?
Second,
I heard Commissioner Baez make the motion. Did I also, who seconded it?
Purdy.
Commissioner Purdy.
Commissioner Purdy seconded. Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Mark Harris is not present.
and Madam Chair.
Yes, your application has been approved. Thank you so very much for your time.
Congratulations. Look.
All right.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you all for your
welcome.
time.
All right. Have a great evening.
You too.
Thank you all.
Mhm. The next application that we're going to consider it's an application for an extension CPB 22-34 at 67 through 81 University Avenue and 28 through 44 Eagle Street. We're looking for Mr. Oh, there you are, Connell Foley. How are you, Ms. Maiorello?
Good, how are you?
All right.
Okay. Are we ready? Can I proceed?
You can proceed.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Mariello. I'm an associate at the firm Connell Foley LLP. We're here on behalf of the applicant 77 University Avenue LLC. On July 25th in 2022, this board granted the applicant preliminary and final site plan approval with C variance relief to construct a mixed-use building on the property, which is commonly known as 65 through 81 University Avenue and 28 through 32, 34 through 40, 42 through 44 Eagle Street. Specifically, the applicant received approval to construct a 6-story mixed-use building with a ground floor retail use, a 2-story parking garage, and 134 residential units. The board adopted a resolution memorializing the project on August 1st, 2022. The applicant is here before this board tonight seeking a 1-year extension of its approved project. They're seeking a 1-year extension because they're working on finalizing their compliance plans. They've been meeting with the appropriate city departments to do so, and their compliance plans are near completion at this juncture. So they're respectfully requesting a 1-year extension. That should be able to suffice.
All right, Commissioners, Commissioner Jordan, yes, ma'am.
Hello, I don't know if I'm out of order. Mr. Barry, maybe you can help me. So, you're seeking an extension, but what does the building look like now in its current state?
They plan on commencing construction when they receive their the building permits. The building now, they plan on demolishing their current building when they receive their building permits.
Okay, so and I need Mr. Barry to help me. In waiting for this approval, if we extend the 2-year, what does the building look like in its current state? Mr. Barry, can you help me? I mean, is there anything that, does the building look dilapidated? What does it look like?
Commissioner Jordan, I'm afraid that I have not seen this particular building recently, so I can't speak to its current condition. You heard from Mr. Maiorello that the applicant is requesting the extension so they can continue to work through the compliance issues. If they could potentially demolish the building ahead of time. If there are any issues with the building or property, that becomes a code enforcement matter for the city. That would be outside of the board's jurisdiction, but certainly they could be issued citations if there were property maintenance issues or an unsafe structure. So, if you're aware of any concerns, I would direct them to the appropriate department outside of the board's purview. But hopefully, if the board acts on the extension request, then we can get moving on the new building.
Yeah, I agree, but and I will do my due diligence, but we have a lot of vacant and abandoned buildings. They seem so in the downtown, university type area. And so, my concern is we give you an extension, the board approves it, but if the building, really is an eyesore, then, something needs to be done, so it doesn't look so bad as an eyesore. I'm just saying.
All right, thank you. Thank you so very much, Commissioner Jordan. Are there any other questions or concerns with regards to this extension application or
Yeah,
application?
Madam Chair, yes. It's a 1 year or 2 year extension.
They're asking,
For a 1-year extension.
Okay, yeah, because I hear 2 years. So my question is, why don't you have it 2 years so you can have enough time to do what you have to do with it?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you broke up a little. I couldn't hear you.
I say, so you think you only need 1 year to do what you have to do with that building, or you need 1 year or 2 years?
At
So
this
juncture,
yes, at this juncture, the applicant believes that 1 year is enough to get their compliance set in line with the city. And also I double checked with the client in terms of demolition, and they're noticing adjourning property owners now as part of the demolition checklist. So that's in progress.
So you're good for 1 year, you mean?
That is correct.
All right.
all right, thank you so very much. All right, so if there are no other questions from commissioners or city professionals, if we have any questions from members of the public, if you could please press raise hand or *9, we'll bring you to the panel.
I have one question.
All right. Mr. Coulter. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President. How are you?
Good.
Well, you had 3
Unfortunately,
minutes.
Mr. Coulter, we
You
have
gotta
to
be
swear you
sworn
in
in.
for every application.
No problem, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, Mr. Betcher.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Shea Coulter, 920 Broad Street, South Ward of Newark. Today, Mr. Betcher and Ms. President, my comments are very brief on this particular matter. I'm asking you, Ms. President, and your colleagues
Yes,
to
sir.
truly urge the engineering department to look into why more time is needed. I'm looking at the attorney on this application, and they are a well competent attorney, but I think that the city of Newark we've given them this and we approved it in August 1st of 2022. I believe that I think we need to encourage competition. There are other smaller developers in the North Ward and in the South Ward and Central Ward who may serve the city in a much more time-sensitive manner to develop that building. And we begin to create a nature of urgency when this body gives extensions. We can't go off of words and promises, Mr. President, because your colleagues know, and you have been appointed to represent us at large. And I would hope that your colleagues in a 5 vote actually reflect on if this extension is necessary. And I oppose the extension. I want to encourage some competition, and we look at a more responsible developer for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Betchett. And thank you to the counselor that presented, but a year more is just too much time. You're asking for 365 days additional. We'll be in a new presidential year at that point. There's a lot going on in Newark right now, and I know some people that could develop that building who would have done something already. I know some folks who could have done something already and gotten something done on behalf of them.
All right,
Please vote.
thank you so very much, Mr. Coulter.
Thank you.
All right. So if you do know Ms. Maya Riello, what was the cause for the pause, or what was the need for the extension? Was it financial, or what was the?
No, the applicant is just going back and forth with the city departments to finalize their compliance plans. They've been actively going to meetings with the city's engineering departments and the various individuals in the city who are charged with compliance. I also want to note for the board that this is the first request for an extension that this applicant is making in connection with this application. As this board is well versed, the MLUL permits applicants up to 3 one-year extensions, and this is the first one that this applicant is seeking. And at this juncture, the applicant believes that it would be able to finish compliance within 1 year. So, which is why we're asking just for a 1-year extension and nothing more at this time.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so not seeing any other questions from commissioners or members of the public, I need a motion.
Motion to approve the 1-year extension.
Second 1-year extension.
Motion by Commissioner Purdy, seconded by Commissioner Baez. Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bayer,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmy,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We couldn't hear you.
All right.
Now we can.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying, yeah, I don't know if it was my phone or whether it was because I was on. Well, anyway, you heard me both. The last
We
time
hear
you
you
heard me as
now.
well. Okay, did you hear me in the last vote? We'll talk about that, I guess, after. But yes, yes for 1 year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, your application for a 1-year extension has been approved. Thank you so very much.
Thank
All
you,
right.
everyone. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, so the next application is CPB 1953. The address is 1010 to 1014 and 1016 to 1018 Broad Street, Block 883, 46 and 54, Lincoln Park. Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Carrillo of Connell Foley on behalf of 1010 Broad Newark Urban Renewal LLC. We are before you this evening requesting a 1-year extension for the approval that was secured in 2019. I'm pleased to advise you that the applicant in this instance has solidified compliance review from the city, and they actually have demolished the structure that was on there and are waiting on final inspections to close out that permit to then proceed with the permitting for the development of this new project.
All right.
But they do need that additional time period just so that the permits can be processed.
All right. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions with regards? We have any professional? So if you could, Ms. Carrillo Perez, just give us an idea of what the project timeline is looking like at this point.
So I understand that they're waiting on inspections now for the demo in order to close that out. And then we'll be submitting the permit applications within the next 2 to 3 months in order to finalize, to get those approvals. As you know, compliance takes a while, demolition takes a while, but I was told that within the next few months, they will be submitting. They just wanted to close out the demolition permit before submitting the construction, the footing and foundation and the next steps.
Okay, so all right, so commissioners, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have with regards to this application.
So the demolition was done quite a while ago. So what is the holdup? Because, you know, it is an eyesore. And how long are you asking for extension?
This, Member Jordan, we are requesting a 1-year extension to close it out. They are, the applicant here is a developer who does a lot of work in the city of Newark. It's no secret that we're before you on a lot of extensions because there's some time that takes place for compliance review, and securing permits and securing inspections. But they are at a minimum moving forward. There has been action on it. The site has been secured. There has been demolition, and now we're just waiting for the permits. So while I understand the concern here, they have demonstrated the good faith effort by taking the steps necessary. We're asking for what the statute allows with respect to extensions on a prior approval and are moving forward. In the event they don't, obviously they would have to file a new application before the board. But in this instance, what I've been told to express to the board is that they are pursuing their permits in the next few months, and are just waiting to close out these permits now on demolition.
Okay, I think that, we as a city and as developers need to do our due diligence in really following up and especially when demolitions are done, that, it just doesn't become just a look-see and what's coming next. Because the building is gone, the land is there. Yes, it is fenced in, but we have to do a better job of closing these permits out and going on to the next level, especially in the downtown. It's not totally downtown, but it's still downtown area. Thank you. I appreciate you listening to me.
Of course,
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Those are pertinent thoughts, right? And concerns. All right, are there any other commissioners that would want to have comment at this time?
I am Vice Chairman. I'm agree with Commissioner Jordan that. So why the demolition is being done for so while, don't get used to it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm agreed to approve 1 year extension this time, but don't get used to it because this demolition has been done for a while, and it doesn't work like that. But it's okay. I'm agreed to approve 1 year extension. Don't get used to it.
All right. At this time, if there are any members of the public who have a question or a comment with regards to this application, please raise your hand or press *9.
We have a question.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Pearson.
Good evening, Mr. Coulter. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, Mr. Vester.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Shay John Tucson Coulter, 920 Broad Street.
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, thank you for your service to the city of Newark, to the planning board of this great city, and for galvanizing your colleagues to focus on what's important, which is the planning board and its service to our great city.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter.
Mr. President, this application, not only was the demolition work done in the past already, and steps or phases in the construction timeline have already begun to grow legs and take on a timeline. But when we look at where the genesis of this application started in 2019, I don't know if they're trying to force your hand or something to encourage competition, But if they are going to come before our formal body and assume that an extension is going to be granted just on mere hearsay, that our engineering department is professional, they're diligent, and they are committed employees. Mr. I forget his name escapes me right now. Mr. Trafficante has a very good perspective that he applies to when he has to deal with these engineering codes and the utilities. I understand that that attorney, and she's very, very serious about her craft. I understand she has an obligation to her client, but I have an obligation to the public with this zoning board. And I want to encourage Miss Jordan's comment. I don't want to deviate from Miss Jordan's comment. Miss Jordan hit the nail on the head like Shirley Chisholm would. You're advocating for not to have eyesores in our downtown corridor, whether that's Central Ward or the city of Newark at large. And Miss Jordan met her burden for speaking up for your colleagues. And I appreciate you, Mr. President, for continuing this agenda along, but I need a little bit more from Commissioner Timmons and some of the others to ask questions of the applicant.
Mr. Coulter, what's your
as to
question?
why these things, as to why these developers need more time and why we're not encouraging competition. We have other developers who would have followed up with our engineering department to get the permits on time. And her merely saying, Ms. President, that the permits are in the works, that's concerning to me because our engineering department is one of the best in the state. And that's where I'm going to leave them.
All right.
Hope that y'all galvanize around Ms. Jordan's comments to 4 more votes. And this extension should not be granted. You should cause competition and find a developer in the South Central or North Ward or East Ward for that matter, who can develop it in 10 months. Everyone's saying a year. Why can't they get it done in 10 months? And why didn't they start at the end of Valentine's Day week? So that as soon as the sun came in, we started hitting the road running when the construction weather was on our side. And
all right. Thank you, Mr. Coulter. I appreciate that you bring advantage from the field, right? As working as a professional in those construction trades. But the other side of this, and I think that, you know, you've been on many meetings, so this is not the only developer that's been coming to us asking for 1 year and sometimes 2-year extensions. So, and I do hear what you're saying. We want to tighten up, right, our business practices so that folks don't become accustomed to us being accommodating. All right, without inspection, received. Your commentary is received. That said, we need a motion with regards to the application for 1-year extension.
I make a motion to approve the 1-year extension.
Second.
All right, so motion presented by Commissioner Timmons and seconded by Commissioner Purdy. Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree.
Just put a thumbs up.
Yeah, just give us a hand signal. We can see you. Give us a hand signal, Commissioner Roundtree. All right, so we received your yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, your application has been approved. And that said, we are going to move on to the next application, which also belongs to you. CPB 20-48, which is 34 and 36 through 40 Clinton Street.
Good evening again, Jennifer Carrillo Perez on behalf of the applicant, 34 Clinton LLC and 40 Clinton LLC. Similar to the application I just noted, same developer in the sense of LLC, in the same status, shall I say. So they are completed demolition, working on permitting. We are requesting a 1-year extension. We believe that's sufficient time in order for the city to process the permit applications and for them to submit. This is a private developer on a private piece of property who is moving, towards construction in a short fashion, in a short time frame. The goal is here to submit the next couple months, once we receive those permits, to break ground on the development of this project. Again, they have shown due diligence, good judgment, and at least some forethought in moving forward with the project. And we're here just to ask for the additional 1 year, which is permitted under New Jersey NJSA 4055D 52A and 4015-8-3, as well as the City of Newark zoning regulations. And so with that, I respectfully request the extension for just a 1-year period.
Okay, do we have questions from any commissioners with regards to this extension?
I have a question. What demolition was done at 34 or 40 Clinton Street?
No, they've done some internal cleanup. They've submitted some permits. Unlike what I suggested to say is that they're submitting for permits with respect to the time frame on this one. They have not done this, unlike the other one. This one didn't require a full demolition of the property. This is simply just the permitting on the time frame, Ms. Jordan. So I just want to clarify, Commissioner Jordan, I apologize. Here it's just a matter of permitting within the next 3 months.
Yeah, because demolition is demolition. This is
Yeah.
definitely not.
No. This is this is just permitting within the next 3 months.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments from commissioners? All right, seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the public with regards to this 1-year extension?
Seeing none at this time, Madam Chair.
All right. And it's been stated, right? 2, 3 times.
Message received.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. All right, so we need a motion.
Move it.
Second. Oh, could y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
I can see you now too.
Stop playing.
Moved by Commissioner Purdy and seconded by Commissioner Roundtree. Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree.
Use your fingers.
Give us a thumbs up or no. We can't hear you, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
But help me, Lord, today.
Yes, ma'am, and amen. Yes. So your application for a 1-year extension for CPB 2048 has been approved. Thank you so very much. All right. We're moving on to new applications. And the first of the new applications is number 4 on our agenda, CPB 23-59, which is 149 to 165 Meeker Avenue. It's the Jocelyn Urban Renewal. Attorney Stephen Shepis. And he is there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. Thanks for having us. As you properly noted, my name is Stephen Shepis. I'm the applicant's attorney. Good evening, commissioners. It's my great pleasure to represent Joffloff Urban Renewal, which is the home of Joffloff Industries. Our client is seeking site plan and variance approval in order to construct an addition to an existing industrial building. It's basically a garage and a covered entranceway. We have some stormwater management infrastructures and some modifications to the parking lot. Without further delay, I'd like to introduce Ian Josloff. Mr. Josloff is present with us here on the Zoom, and hopefully he can hear us and give you greater detail on the project and introduce you to his company and what it is that they're proposing to do.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Jasloff. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
My name is Ian Josloff. I am one of the owners of Josloff Industries LLC, Josloff Glass at 169 Meeker Avenue. We are here tonight to discuss a proposed addition to our existing property. This is an addition that is being done to accommodate essentially parking for our trucks. It's being built on the back of our, like I said, of our existing property, existing building, I should say. I just wanted to give a little background on who we are and what our history in the city of Newark before the design professionals can go through some of the concerns that were raised by the engineering department. I represent the fourth generation of my family to operate this business in Newark. My great-grandfather, Ezra, started this company in 1903 in Prince Street in Newark. And when my father, Larry, was out of high school, he and my grandparents relocated the business to Meeker Avenue. That's a building at 183 Meeker, which we still use today as a storage facility. They operated out of that building for the better part of 25 years. And as the business grew, footprint needed to increase. And my father, grandfather, and grandmother built the current building at 149, 165 Meeker, where we operate today. We've been, like I said, in Newark for well over 100 years. It's been our home, and we have a lot of history and roots in the city. At this point in time, we have outgrown the property as it exists, and what we are looking to do is to put this addition on the back of the building, which will accomplish a few things for us in terms of our operation. We will be able to take our trucks, which are currently either stored inside our building at night or on an open lot, and park them in this facility at night. We'll be able to create some improvements visually to the property in terms of creating a paved surface with a new masonry building. And I think it'll be a general, obviously, improvement to the neighborhood and the community. We have another issue on Meeker Avenue, which I'm sure everyone's aware of, which is the flooding. And Meeker Avenue floods, and it's been that way for quite some time. We've unfortunately had some severe flooding over the last few years where the building has actually entered, the water has actually entered our building, and we've lost several vehicles. So we're at a kind of a crossroads in terms of what we can do here. We can't continue to park the vehicles in the building. Leaving them outside presents a security risk. So we're in a situation where we really, if we hope to remain there, which we do, we have to come up with a place to safely and securely store the vehicles. And that's what this building will accomplish for us. Just in terms of our footprint and what we do and what we represent in the city, we're glass and glazing contractors. We do basically building facades. So we have some projects in Newark we're obviously very proud of. We did the Prudential Center. We did the new Prudential headquarters, the Panasonic building, two of the buildings in Teachers Village on Halsey Street. We recently completed 777 McCarter Highway, which I'm sure everyone's very familiar with, one of the most beautiful residential towers to be built in our city for quite some time. It's something we're very proud of. So we love being in Newark. Like I said, my family's roots are in Newark. We want to be able to stay, but this building addition is really a critical path for us to be able to do that. And I thank you for your time tonight. I know that Steve and our engineers are going to go through some of the questions that have come up with our application. And if anyone has any questions for me relative to the business or the family, I'm certainly here and open to answer those questions.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Josloff, I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
If I can just expand a little on your testimony. Could you tell the members of the commission how many employees you presently have and what type of parking demands you have? And then likewise, if you could address the location of the parking that you're proposing on site in order to accommodate the demand.
Sure. So our business consists of just so everyone understands what we do in our facility. We have our main office is located there, so we have office staff, we have staffing in the shop, and then we also have our field operations. So our field employees are directly to the job site. They're not very often at the building, but just in terms of our employees on a daily basis, we have about 26 to 30 employees in the building. So obviously all of them are coming to work daily in their vehicles. Office opens up at around 6:30 a.m. We close sometime between 5:30 and 6 on a daily basis. In terms of the trucks, which is part of one of the bigger components of what we're discussing tonight, the trucks are basically leave in the morning for their trucking routes, deliveries, and they come back mid to end of day, at which point they're parked again. So we're not an active loading zone in most ways. We have deliveries in the morning, they come back at the end of the day. The parking is set up today. Like I said, the original structure, which was built in the early 80s, the parking is in front of the building on Meeker Avenue. That was done when the building was first constructed. There was a gas station on the corner, so we were bordered on both sides. Today, the gas station no longer exists, and we actually do use what was the original gas station parking lot for our overflow parking. Part of the plan, which we're going to discuss tonight, adds additional spots in the back of the building, which will help us alleviate some of the density of the parking in the front, moving some of those employee parking spots to the rear of the property.
Okay, and if you could just briefly describe for the commission the type of activities that one would anticipate in the building. What goes on in the building, and what are you proposing to do in this addition?
Sure. So we're not truly a manufacturing company. What we do essentially is assembly, fabrication, and assembly in our building. So if you were to come into the shop, you'd see, we have some saw lines and some drill presses and things of that nature, where we're taking material that's coming to us, primarily aluminum extrusions, where we cut the extrusions and we do fabrication assembly of those extrusions in the shop. So there's no manufacturing per se. We're not manufacturing our own aluminum or glass. It's really just assembly into a kit that get loaded on these trucks, and they're delivered to the job sites where we do the installation.
Now, how do you operate within the confines of the building today, and how will this addition assist your company in moving forward to operate within the city in the years to come?
Right. So that's a great question. So what we're doing now, just because of the space issues we have with parking vehicles, and let me preface that by saying, leaving the vehicles out at night, in addition to it being exposed vehicles at night with loaded material, is concerning for both the material in terms of damage to the material, but also in terms of security. We have unfortunately had several instances where trucks have been either broken into or material is taken off the trucks at night, or even things like theft of catalytic converters. So, dealing with the reality of the what's going on there, we've been forced to keep any vehicle that we can in our shop, our existing shop. And what that does to us is, as I explained earlier, we're doing fabrication during the day, and because of the requirement to bring the trucks in at night, we actually have to break down the entire fabrication shop at the end of the day to pull the trucks in, and then when the trucks leave in the morning, reset up the shop. So it's not very efficient for us. It creates a bit of a logjam in terms of operating efficiency. And that's one of the reasons that this garage structure we're talking about in the back really eliminates that problem. Coupled with the fact of the flooding, which I discussed earlier, the back of the property is at a higher elevation. So when Meeker Avenue floods, the building unfortunately does take water, but the property towards the back where we're proposing this addition is at a higher elevation. So the water, even in the worst flooding conditions, doesn't get that high. So the trucks would be removed from the shop, making it more efficient. The trucks would be able to be parked in an enclosed structure, which would give us to eliminate some of the security issues we've been having over the last several years. And lastly, the flooding concerns of damaging the vehicles, which has become a real problem for our insurance company, never mind operations, is eliminated.
Now, Mr. Josloff, you had mentioned that you had 26 to 30 employees in the building, but you also have other people that don't actually show up at the building because they're at job sites. In total, how many people does your company employ?
So it ranges, we ramp up depending on work activity outside, but typical range is between 65 and 100 on an overall employee basis.
And what type of employees do you have in the company?
I will tell you, we are a union shop. So we're union glazers is the trade. And we have obviously a very diverse workforce, something that we're proud of. And anyone on this board that knows my family and our history in Newark, it's something that we've always invested in our community. And as part of that, what you would see in my office, particularly our shop and truck drivers, we have a great program where we've been able to take people from the community, local people from the Newark community, and actually enable them to get into the Glazers Union. So they come to us most often through recommendations or contacts of people within the company that are working for us already. They come to us, work with us in the shop, and after several months, if they seem to have a good affinity for the trade, and we promote them essentially to the union when they're given an opportunity to become union glazers. So it's a really good path and something that we're proud of, and we've had really good success with it.
Now, how does the facility that's the subject of tonight's application meet the needs of your company presently, and how is it that the addition that's proposed will help you to continue to be where you are in Newark?
Right. So Steve, the issue we're having right now, and listen, we've been very fortunate. The business has grown and continues to grow. A large part of our work is actually in the city. So from a location perspective, it's a wonderful place for us to be. Obviously, my family, my grandparents, my father was a Weequahic High School graduate. We have a lot of history there. And Newark is for a business like mine really a perfect location. Proximity to the roadways. We're located essentially adjacent to 1 and 9, 22, the Turnpike, the Parkway. It's really a perfect place for us to operate. The problem right now is that the existing building is not large enough to accommodate what we need operationally. So like I had said earlier, bringing the trucks in and out at night, while feasible, is creating a real logjam in the shop. And when we're busy, losing that hour at the end of the day, an hour in the morning, is become very problematic. The trucks themselves, as the business has grown, the amount of vehicles has grown, and what was 2 or 3 trucks is now we're up to 8 or 9. And this building that we're proposing, which is essentially an 8, it's a oversized garage with bay overhead doors. We'll be able to pull 8 of these trucks into this building at the end of the day, fully loaded and ready to go in the morning. So not worried about loading the trucks at night and leaving them outside, and not worried about disrupting the shop, and having that easy access in and out of that building with trucks ready to go just makes us much more operationally sufficient. We're at a point right now where it's going to be a struggle for us to maintain and continue operating in just the existing building. It's just become almost untenable.
Okay, I don't have anything further for Mr. Josloff.
All right, thank you. Are there any professionals, Mr. Shepis?
Oh, yes, we have several other witnesses. We
Oh.
have an engineer and a planner. I don't know how you want to proceed. I'll follow your lead.
Give us the engineer first, please.
Okay, very good. That's a good choice. Our next witness is Jeff Egarian. Mr. Egarian is a licensed professional engineer. He prepared the plans that have been submitted for review. So, Mr. Egarian, are you with us?
All right.
I am here. Can you hear me?
All right, we have it, Mr. Shepis. Mr. Beck is going to swear you in, Mr. Egarian.
Thank you, Mr. Garing. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
Sure. My name is Jeff Egarian, Egarian, and I am the civil engineer on the project who prepared the site plan and grading plan.
All right, so you can share your screen if you'd like, if that will help you in your presentation.
If I can, Madam Chair, just ask that Mr. Agarian, if you can, just note the date of your plans, as there has been many revisions. We just want to make sure we're all looking at the same plans, please.
I understand. Share. Okay. Can you see the plans?
We can see them now.
Okay, great. So I'll just scroll into the bottom. The last revision date of the plans were July 8th of this year, 2024.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Egarian, I have a few questions for you, and I think it's always a good place to start as to what exists there today. So, do you have an existing condition sheet? Maybe you can tell us what's there today.
Yeah. Scroll up to here. This is the existing conditions plan. So
Okay, so tell us what exists today and how it lays out.
Sure. So currently, if you could follow my mouse, this is the main structure of the occupying the site. It's their manufacturer, their building where they conduct business. The parking lot, large parking lot in the rear. There is a billboard in the middle of the parking lot, which is overhead. Won't be occupying any space or restricting us from any maneuverability. There is an asphalt parking lot. The parking lot is in disrepair. It's broken up asphalt and gravel portions. Existing chain link fence along the Route 22 right away there. A small little grass portion in the rear, and in the front along Meeker Avenue. If I just slide down, you have several parking spots located in front of the building, and also several curb cuts along Empire Street to access the property. And this, as indicated before, this adjacent lot over here is the former service station, which is utilized as overflow parking for the glass company.
Okay, so let's move on to what's proposed.
Sure. Okay. So what we're proposing to do here is construct a approximately 3,900 square foot building addition. That would be this addition here in the rear of the existing structure, and an 1,160 square foot overhang attached to the existing structure on the Empire Street frontage. We are proposing to remove that small area in the rear, which is indicated by this hatching, and replace that with asphalt to expand our parking lot area. We will be installing a concrete curb along the perimeter of the entire rear parking lot area up until this retaining wall, right adjacent to the Empire Street frontage. We'll be doing some minor regrading, installing a brand new asphalt parking lot with new parking lot striping, a new chain link fence along the property line, and several stormwater management improvements to go along with the overall project. Just want to note that the rear building addition is in fact a garage for the purposes of allowing the company vehicles to be stored in a safe, secure, and locked building. Just want to be clear that it is not a loading dock, so there getting tractor trailers or large vehicles in there to maneuver is not what the intent is here. Again, it is to keep the company vehicles inside a locked building. I'll quickly touch on the stormwater management proposals that we're including with this project. You'll see we have several manholes, catch basins, and trench drains as part of this project. This development does not qualify as a major development. Therefore, the stormwater drainage system has been designed to ensure that the post-development peak flows are less than the pre-development conditions. The stormwater management system has been designed and coordinated and reviewed with Newark Water and Sewer, and also in conjunction with Newark Engineering. The design, I'll scroll down just so you can get an idea of what the overall system looks like. This is our stormwater management system. This big box here represents 40 storm tech chambers, which will serve as the retention system. For the main parking lot, we have a smaller system located over here for another small drainage area that we have to attenuate for.
Mr. Agarian, what sheet are you referring to? Could you
I'm
identify this
sorry,
by
this
the
is sheet number. This should be sheet number 4. 4, yes,
Okay.
the stormwater management plan.
And just so everybody's clear, what's the most recent date of revision on these plans?
It is the same date as July 8th.
Okay, just if you could briefly describe for the board what it is that these underground chambers are that you're proposing and what's the purpose of them?
Obviously, with respect to the Newark ordinance, we need to ensure that the post-development conditions are less than the pre-development conditions. So therefore, all the water running off the property currently needs to be less than what it is today as a result of the development. So what we're proposing to do is route all that water. We're going to be collecting. Well, first of all, we'll be curbing that whole upper parking lot area, ensuring that no water is going to be leaving our property. It's all going to be contained and routed through a series of catch basins and trench drains and routed to this chamber type system where the volume is going to be stored and then attenuated through a box and routed back into the city sewer system, but at a flow that is less than what the pre-existing conditions were.
Okay, now you mentioned trench drains. Where are these trench drains proposed?
So we have one trench drain that we're proposing right here at the entranceway, an existing curb cut at the rear on the Empire Street frontage.
Okay, and how does that assist in stormwater being collected?
Well, obviously, in its existing condition today, there is no curbing and there is no catch basin system. So all the water would just sheet flow off the property onto Empire Street and make its way down to the catch basin on the Meeker Avenue, Empire Street corners.
Now, what's the benefit in stormwater management technology for retaining this water on site for a period of time? How does that help?
Well, essentially, what it's doing is it's allowing the site to hold the water and then slowly release it back into the city sewer system, so it doesn't get as overwhelmed with a high velocity and high concentrated flow leaving the property.
Okay, now is it fair to say that from your engineering opinion that the post-construction conditions would be an improvement over what exists today as relates to stormwater management?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so let's talk about the traffic flow or how the vehicles will enter the site, how they'll turn around, where they'll park. So maybe you can go back to the site plan sheet.
Sure. So there's several curb cuts along the Empire Street frontage, and that's where the vehicles will be entering the property from for these additions, improvements to the property. I'll just zoom in quickly here. This would be the main access driveway. This is an existing curb cut, so vehicles will pull in. It's a two-way. Entrance. So vehicles will come in, will maneuver. We have 8 parking spots here, 1 parking spot here, and 2 additional parking spots directly adjacent. So employees or employees of the facility can come in and park. But the main purpose of this is to have these 5 garage bays act as our storage for the glass company's vehicles. So they'll come in, they'll maneuver, and they'll park either head in or back in right into the proposed garage addition.
Now, Mr. Garion, the garage doors that you're noting, they're all on the east side of the building. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to ask you this. This plan looks a little different from what I last saw as part of the site plan submission. Has there been any modifications in order to accommodate any of the requests of the board engineer?
Yeah, we have a few modifications to this plan, which is why we have it as an exhibit.
Okay, so let's do this. If this is not exactly what the board had previously reviewed and the board engineer had previously reviewed, why don't we reference this then as an exhibit A1? And then you can describe for us what's changed so that everybody can follow along and know exactly what's different.
Sure.
And I would imagine so that this is clear that you came up with this in exhibit to address concerns that were voiced by Mr. Trafficante. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, Charlie, Mr. Trafficante and I had several conversations throughout this whole process. We went through his review letter in depth and also had several conversations as well with Newark Water and Sewer. So the first change I'll note, I did not have time to make this as an exhibit, but I will offer it in testimony that Charlie and I had spoken to, is this existing concrete driveway that fronts onto Empire Street. We will be proposing to install another trench drain on our property within the right of way on our side of the property to again catch any water leaving the site due to this driveway, preventing water from overflowing from on the sidewalk. We'll be capturing it. We'll be routing it right into this our new proposed catch basin here, which would then go to our detention system here. So that's one improvement that we will be adding to the plans as a result of the conversations I had with the Newark City engineering. Another small change that we made as well was adding this landscaped area in the rear. Before I had mentioned that this whole entire hatched area was to be, which is currently lawn in its existing condition, we were going to be replacing that with asphalt for our parking lot area. However, we're going to take this area, which is approximately 450 square feet, and we're going to keep it as a landscaped island with trees and plantings to allow for some green space in the parking lot.
Many trees are you proposing?
I'm sorry?
How many trees are you proposing in that location?
At this time, we just have one shade tree amongst several ornamental plantings. We also had another small little deviation from the current site plans. We had originally had 3 parking spaces in this location directly adjacent to the proposed garage addition. We're going to be eliminating 1 space, so we'll have 2 now, and we are going to be proposing a 15 cubic yard dumpster to be in that location to serve as refuse for garbage being produced by the operation.
Yeah. What other changes are you suggesting in order to address concerns voiced by Mr. Trafficante?
Sure. One of the major concerns voiced by the engineering department was the parking along the Meeker Avenue frontage. As you can see, we have several parking spaces that are currently being utilized by the operation, and these parking spaces extend beyond the right-of-way. This line here, if you can see my cursor, is the property line, and these obviously perpendicular lines to that would be the striping for the parking spaces. We're going to remove the parking spaces in front and replace these perpendicular spaces with 4 parallel parking spaces in this location. So we're going to be removing 8 parking spaces and replacing them with 4 parallel spaces. And in turn, we have an EV compatible parking space and a handicap parking space that we'll be removing and relocating directly adjacent into this location right here. 1 handicap space and 1 EV space, and obviously parking striping for the handicap vehicle.
Okay, so with the modification of those spaces, as you just noted, along Meeker Avenue, you'll be losing some total parking. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yeah, we will be losing, I believe it is a total of 6 parking spaces. Yeah, six spaces we'll be losing.
Okay, so how many parking spaces then would you be left with net?
Let me just go back to the cover sheet what our calculations are. So we currently have, so we have 20, 36, where are we at? 20, where's my parking calculation? Right, 21, 33. So we'd be left with 27 spaces, where 7 is required for our operation. So
Okay,
still
so
sufficient.
the loss of the spaces doesn't create a variance, correct?
It does not.
Okay, and you'll be eliminating the back out spaces onto Meeker Avenue in total?
Correct. All these spaces along the Meeker Avenue that are back out that will be eliminated.
Okay. Any other modifications that you have attempted to address, Mr. Traficante's concerns?
Yes, we will be removing this curb cut here. There's an existing curb cut. Let me zoom in for you. This existing curb cut right here, it's directly adjacent to the Empire Street and Meeker Avenue intersection. The curb cut's just a little too close to the intersection, so we agreed to remove that and replace that with regular curbing by city standards.
Okay, now, do you have Mr. Traficante's memo or any other memo from the engineering department critiquing the most recent plan submission?
I do, yep. I have the letter dated July 31st.
Okay, are you prepared to address the comments in the memo this evening?
Yes.
Okay, would you please do so?
Would you like me to go through all of them or just touch on the ones besides
Why don't you-
the go ahead, I'm sorry, Steve.
Why don't you touch on the ones that you haven't already addressed, and then I'm sure the board engineer would pick up anything you missed.
Sure. So quickly going through on page 2, um, the subject is parking and traffic. There's several just general comments in here regarding dimensions, lengths, and widths and heights, um, circulation plans. We can comply with all of those. Continuing on, we spoke about the removal of the parking along Meeker Avenue. Obviously, some of the curb cuts, which will be removed. So we are again giving back that Empire Street curb cut. All the other ones we propose to have to remain. There's several comments regarding trees and landscaping. Regarding the trees and landscaping, as you can see, um, given the site plan and the orientation of the lot and the feasibility of the lot, there isn't much room for landscaping or shade trees. Certainly, creating landscape islands in this rear area or any area certainly restricts vehicle circulation, movement, storage of materials. So we will be giving back into the tree fund. Um, However, we are proposing a small landscape area along the rear of the property on the east side along the Route 22 off ramp, which is the best place and only place we can really afford to propose any landscaping. Moving on the existing conditions plan, site plan and grading plan, there's just several comments just regarding additional information as far as top and bottom of curbs, spot elevations, et cetera. We did touch on the garbage and refuse collection area. Again, we're proposing a 10 cubic yard dumpster directly adjacent to the new building. And everything else we can comply with inside of this letter.
Okay, do you have anything you'd like to add, Mr. Egarian, that you haven't already said?
Just go through my notes. Pretty much, I think I've covered everything. But obviously, with these proposed improvements, the subject property is going to have an overall net benefit, obviously by the decrease in stormwater as a result of the project, and the property will improve in a manner that will allow the glass company to fully be functional while ensuring the safety and security of their vehicles and materials and actually beautifying the property in the process.
Okay. I would assume Mr. Trafficante or another representative of the other is,
Thank you.
I see a hand.
All right, Mr. Shepis, give me a second. All right, so Mr. Trafficante, I see your hand is up. I hear that you guys have been working together for a while now. Mr. Becker, you swear him in.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Trafficante. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board should be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record briefly. Thank you.
My name is Charles Trafficante, Trafficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am currently in the employment of the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the State Board.
You're accepted, Mr. Trafficante. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Garion, Jeff. Just for the record, to clarify, a couple things. The engineer's report to the planning board dated July 31st on page 6. There's 2 items where we requested testimony, assuming you can answer. It's under item 4, site plan and grading plan, Roman numeral 12. Site plan indicates existing chain link fence encroaching into the bulk right of way for Empire Street. Applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to what easements have been granted by the City of Newark to the property owners of the subject lot to allow for these existing encroachments to remain where and as they are. Should no easements exist, the engineering department recommends to the board the applicant be required to relocate the existing fences back onto private property as a condition of approval. Do you know if your client has been granted any easements for this fence encroachment within Empire Street?
So this we will be removing the fence and any encroachments within the right of way as far as parking, striping, and fencing.
All right. Likewise, Roman numeral 13, page 6. Same question regarding the fence encroachment along Meeker Avenue. Does your client?
Same answer, Charlie. We will, I'm sorry, Mr. Truffican. Yes, we will be removing that encroachment and as well as the parking lot striping within the right of way.
All right. And then I guess for our last question, for a matter of record, based on your testimony, you can comply with all the comments except for items 2, Roman numeral 11, and 2, Roman numeral 12 regarding landscaping under page 4. Hold on. Yeah, page 4 of the engineer's report to the planning board dated July 31st. Roman numeral 11 and Roman numeral 12.
Be 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Well, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. Okay. Well, regarding 9, we're going to ask if you're going to be willing to meet with the city arborist, Department of Engineering, and possibly the board planner, if he wishes, discuss placement of trees if at all possible, like in the lower corner of your parking lot on the corner of Empire Street and Meeker, where it's pavement. Maybe put trees there, landscaping there, and wherever else we could find that's acceptable to your client, as well as the city arborist or planner in our office. Is that something reasonable?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
Okay, so that addresses item 9. Okay, item 10, we defer to the board planner. Items 11 and 12 then. Basically, 15% of the interior parking area is to be landscaped. You mentioned, which requires to more than 2,900 square feet. We asked for at least 600. And that's taking it, and that includes what you're showing now. I don't know if you can reach 600. Otherwise, again, you're going to need that to, also meet with the city arborist to discuss this further.
I believe we can meet that. The proposed area we have in the rear, that I've already demonstrated, which is this area right here, is
Yeah.
450 square feet. So I'm confident we can find another 150 square feet that we can put some landscaping in.
Okay, and the last item number 12, okay, requires almost 2,000, according to section 41:85-22B of city code, 1/10 of the total parking area with, or for every 1,000 square feet within 10,000 square feet of paved area shall be landscaped. For the subject site, this requires 1,990 square feet of landscaped area. All right. I don't know if you can reach that. You got 450 now showing. You can get to 600. I don't know if you can reach another 1,300, 1,390. That's all right.
I don't believe that we can.
600. We asked for 600 there as well. So they're both items, Roman numerals 11 and 12. We asked for at least 600. You know, including what you're showing now, to be provided on the site wherever you can. And also as a condition of approval, meet with the city arborist and board planner, discuss this matter further. If they're happy, we're happy. They may want more, don't know. Have to talk to them. But for now, would your client be willing to provide at least 600 square feet of landscaped area to address items 11 and 12 on page 4 of the engineer's report to the planning board dated July 31st.
Yeah, Mr. Traficante, we'll get to the 600. I think to Jeff's point, we've already accounted for 450. We'll be able to either modify that area or add some additional plantings to get us to the 600 square foot requirement.
All right, thank you, Mr. Josloff. I just got to go on record and let both of you know you're going to need to discuss it. The board, city arborist, and possibly the board planner may want to discuss this matter further. All right, I can only speak for engineering. So for the record, just so you both know, 600 will work for us. If there's more, it's at the discretion of the board planner and or the city arborist. So you're going to need to meet with them to talk about this further. Is that reasonable, Mr. Josloff?
Sounds reasonable to me. Absolutely.
All right, gentlemen. No further questions.
Take
care, Jeff.
You too.
Thank you, Mr. Traficante. I don't know, Mr. Agarian. He likes you.
I've known Charlie for a very long time.
All right. So, commissioners, do any of you have any questions? You know what, and Mr. Agarian, maybe you can give us the screen back. Commissioners,
Absolutely.
do any of you have any questions for the engineer?
Madam Chair, AJ has his hand up.
Okay, there he is. All right, Mr. Jamali.
Can I be sworn in? Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Okay,
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Name's Abdullah Jamali, Principal Engineer for the Department of Water and Sewer, 239 Central Avenue. I just wanted to put on the record that the Department of Water and Sewer will be taking over the review and approval for the stormwater design and calculations for this site.
Mr. Jamali, what does that mean? You're taking it over from whom?
Taking it over from the engineering department, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners for the engineer at this point? All right, I don't see any. So Mr. Schleppers, you say you have the planner, Mr.
Yes, we have both a architect planner combined. His name is Anthony Garrett. He's here this evening to give testimony as to the architectural elements of the proposal, and then likewise to provide planning testimony in support of the variance relief requested. Mr. Garrett, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All
Thank
right.
you. Good evening, Mr. Garrett. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for this record.
Anthony Garrett, Garrett. We're the project architect for this project. I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey and a licensed planner, and both licenses are in good standing.
Mr. Garrett, will you be testifying as an architect or as the planner?
Both, Madam Chairman. I will first be testifying as the architect. That shouldn't take very long. It's a brief description. And then I will be acting as in the role of a professional planner, which I'm licensed to do, to provide testimony in support of the variances.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Garrett, could you show us what exists today in conjunction with your testimony, whether it be now or somewhere during the course, and then what's proposed?
I can. I'm going to start with my drawings here. Oops, let's get those up here. Can everyone see my screen?
No.
No? Share here. Now you should be able to see it, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we see it.
Okay, terrific. So what we're looking at here is a floor plan of the building. I'm going to trace my mouse around the existing building right here. Meeker Avenue is to the left. North is to the top of the sheet. Empire is to the south. This is the existing portion of the building. You can see the offices over here. There's a small mezzanine on top of these offices, which also serves as offices. The shop area that Mr. Josloff referred to is on the ground floor in this area. Currently, there is outdoor storage where I have the mouse right now. That's stacked on storage racks. And currently, this area here is the subject of the proposed addition. So that's kind of gives you in a nutshell what's there today and what we're proposing. This square and this L-shaped polygon. Couple things, there are a couple of different floor elevations in the building. This floor elevation is here. That's the lowest floor elevation. There's a step up to these offices. And then the proposed building will be approximately 3 feet above that existing building. And that was working with the grade and the site plan and coordinating with that. And as Mr. Josloff testified earlier, part of the problem they experienced today during flood events on Meeker Avenue is their vehicles get flooded. They've gone to great lengths to prevent infiltration into the building, but we took advantage of the change in elevation here to propose the parking area for the garage storage of vehicles or indoor storage of the company vehicles. There are 5 overhead doors located along the east side of the building, man door. There is no connection between this garage area and the building. There's no loading operations that come into this space. This is strictly vehicle storage garage area. As testified, there are 8 company vehicles that will be proposed in here. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar. I think you may be that you've seen blazing trucks with the big pieces of glass on the side. They're basically pickup trucks, and we would park them in tandem at the southern portion of the building. So there'd be 6 vehicles in here. And then this area would be for slightly larger vehicles like a step van. Step van where we would have 2 more vehicles. So we have 6 vehicles here, 2 vehicles here. The other addition we're proposing is really not a building addition. We're proposing an open canopy structure with a corrugated metal enclosure for security. It's basically a glorified fence and more attractive than a fence. One of the nice things about working for Josloff is that they have the ability to fabricate aluminum. So they would probably end up installing the covering on this storage, and we can look at that in elevation as well. So I want to get rid of these pictures right now if I can. I'm going to start scrolling down a little bit. Oh, one last thing, we are proposing a new stair at this location here, and doorways in and out of the building as they exist today. The enclosure will have an overhead door here. there is currently an existing overhead door into the building itself. So shop materials would be fabricated, brought out into this area, and this is really where the loading would occur, and there would be some support storage over here. And overnight, this covered area that would be enclosed in the decorative aluminum would serve as storage for that 9th vehicle that Mr. Jasloff had mentioned. Okay, this is a floor plan of the 2nd floor, and the aforementioned office is over here. Again, there's no connection. There are some windows which will overlook into the garage structure. The building is fully sprinkled currently, and the proposed garage addition would also be fully protected by a fire protection system. These are the elevations, both the south elevation and the west elevation. The photographs here, this is currently what's facing Meeker Avenue. There's one overhead door, aforementioned parking, and there's a series of 9 punched openings in that facade with glazing. When we get to it, I will provide some testimony as a planner. We are going to require a variance for relief on the transparency. Currently, there is approximately 11.8% transparency along this wall, excluding this door. There are some windows in that door, but we don't reach the 25% requirement. This is an existing condition, legally existing non-conforming condition, which predated the ordinance, and we're not proposing any work as part of the front facade of the building. The south facade is, looking in that along Empire Street at the building, and what's drawn here are the proposed elevations. So what we're looking at here is the west elevation, the one proximate to Meeker Avenue. This is the proposed enclosure of the loading area in the back. It is not proximate to Meeker Avenue. It's a couple hundred feet off of Meeker Avenue, so it's not part of the front elevation. This is the elevation along Empire. Again, you can see the same aluminum vertical slatting with a decorative band at the top of this of horizontal banding. And there are windows along this side of the building. They're not on the front facade technically, but with the inclusion of those windows, we would reach the 25% glazing requirement. However, technically, they're not on the main facade of the building. The balance of these give a photograph. This is the existing east side of the building. You can see some storage containers over here. This is the area where the proposed garage structure would be. It's depicted here on the north elevation, which would be extending out in this direction. And then this is the main facade of the with the 5 overhead drive-in doors in and out of the building. The proposed addition would be constructed of a concrete masonry unit, decorative concrete masonry unit, and we would be matching the color of the existing building. The facade lines are offset, so there's some articulation in the building, and we would be proposing a decorative split face type block over there. Balance of this elevation really is the view of the enclosure along Empire Street, the back side of that with the stairs down. The proposed addition is approximately 3,900 square feet. It's garage space not used for loading. The enclosure is 1,161 square feet. And we're essentially maintaining the one with the existing access from the truck parking onto the site. Currently in that east parking lot is where they park the vehicles today. But as testified earlier, they have to remove all the glazing material from the truck. And they can't leave anything of value out there. And even when they do that, they do have a problem with vandalism to the engine blocks. So the construction of the proposed garage addition really has a functional value to the building. That pretty much concludes my architectural testimony. Do you want me to just, Madam Chairman, would you like me to go into the planning testimony or entertain questions on the architecture?
You can go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is an exhibit that was not part of the package. It's an aerial view, just depicting, I think it gives a very good representation of where this site is, if everyone's not.
Mr. Garrett, just so we have a complete record, could you just identify where you received this, and we'll call it Exhibit A2,
Okay.
and tell us what it purports to reflect.
Yeah, this is an aerial photo taken from Google Maps, and it depicts the site, which is this triangular shape that I'm encircling with a little red dot. You can see the roof of the existing building here. It shows Weequahic Park to the west. You can see that it's located in a very industrial area. It's really barricaded from the north by the Route 22 viaduct, and the exit ramp for Frelinghuysen Avenue really abuts our site. The front yard, which is 1.3 feet off of that property line, really is essentially against an exit ramp from Route 22. So there's really you will not discern this variance requirement. Currently, the existing building is well within the required front yard setback over there. So it's not as if we would have pedestrians walking there. I took my life in my hands when I walked around the building to familiarize myself with the area. Again, we think that the front yard setback here is more of a technical variance than a true variance. And I would point out that given the fact that it's against a very large right-of-way here that will never be built on, and the whole property itself adjoins a park, over a 350-acre park, the lighting area in the neighborhood will not be affected by the reduced front yard variance in that location. Other than that, I mean, I don't think there's too much else I need to refer to in terms of this exhibit. Are we marking this as A?
Yeah, we did. It's A2.
Okay, great. Moving on, this is a photo array. It's drawing PH1. I took these photographs myself.
All right, Mr. Garrett, do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect the existing conditions of the property that's subject to tonight's hearing?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So perhaps we can identify this as Exhibit A3, photo array.
That would be great. Starting with the top here. I'm not at the top. I have to scroll up a little bit. This first group of photographs is looking at Meeker Avenue. This is Weequahic Park. This is the existing industrial building on the other side of Empire Street. This is the subject property. This is the subject property. And this is kind of a long view looking up Meeker Avenue. You can see the high-rise tower, which is well north of the site. You know, it's a fairly mixed commercial industrial area. And again, the proposed addition seems to, you know, fit in with the nature of the uses in the area and the building typology. The next row of photographs is along Empire Avenue, and then looking south on Meeker Avenue is photograph 8. And now this is looking at the from the east end of the building. This is the high rise. This is the exit ramp from Route 22. The next set of photos is the bottom of the exit ramp. This area in photograph 11, this grassed area, is where we're proposing to improve some landscaping. This is just looking across the intersection here. And these 3 photographs show the billboard that exists on the site today. And just to finish it out, these are some additional photographs of the exit ramp, looking at the building, and a couple of last photos of the building. So, and
in total, how many photos do you have there, Tony? Just so we're clear.
We have 18 photographs on this sheet.
You missed one above the title block.
Oh, I'm sorry, 19. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, now, Tony, why don't you address the variances? There's several variances primarily related to existing conditions. So why don't you walk us through what those variances are, and if you could briefly touch on the proofs associated with the justification of the variance relief requested.
So the first one, I'm referring to the planner's report, page 1, which lists the variances. The first one listed is insufficient front yard setback. That is along the exit ramp from Route 22. I testified to that, that, it's 1.3 feet. A portion of the building is within the front yard setback over there. However, we are, we're making the variance a little more severe with the proposed addition. We believe that this is really fairly de minimis in stature because it's proximate to an exit ramp, and there's really no pedestrian activity. And I don't want to repeat myself. It's the testimony I provided earlier about light and air. The second variance is excessive maximum impervious coverage in the front yard. Again, these are existing non-conformities. All the front yards are paved. What I would say is we are slightly increasing the impervious coverage along the east side of the building, as testified to by Mr. Agarian, where we're providing additional paving to accommodate legitimate parking. However, I would point out that we are putting in stormwater management systems that don't exist today to contain that water. And I would point out that the stormwater management system was sized to receive the roof drainage from the proposed garage structure, so that we're significantly reducing the amount of stormwater that currently runs off the site by doing that. The next variance is insufficient landscaping of the interior parking area. I'm going to take the next three together. Next four together. Insufficient trees in the parking areas, insufficient on-site trees, and insufficient shade trees. Given the nature of the site, it's very difficult to accommodate the amount of landscaping that's required by ordinance. You've heard testimony by Mr. Agarian. Two items. One, that it would affect maneuverability, vehicle maneuvering on the site. The second thing is, in his exhibit, he showed the east end of this site based upon comments received from both the planner and the engineer. We are now proposing, as a condition of approval, to put the recommended 600 square feet of landscape area, 450 square feet at the east end, and then the balance most likely in that southwest corner. Also mentioned by Mr. Traficante about putting some trees in that area, which is kind of the trapezoid that is trapped by the parking on that portion of the site. So we're confident we can get to that 600 square feet, and we've spoken to our client, and we would agree to the recommended contribution to the tree fund, and we will work with the arborist and the planner to ensure that the final landscaping satisfies the testimony and the requirements of those entities tonight. So we think that the conditions that have been imposed are reasonable. And again, that's what this board is really, one of the charges of this board is to impose reasonable conditions on an application to bring it into more conformance and make it better for the area. And again, these are two prominent locations, the eastern bullnose, as I like to call it, and the southwest intersection where Meeker Avenue and Empire Street meet. They're very visible, and the landscaping will really do a lot in those areas to improve the overall environment and really help to create a much more desirable visual environment for the entire site. Excessive illumination at the property line, which is, I'm sorry, number 7 was excessive maximum fence height. This is an existing non-conforming condition. Again, you've heard security is an issue on this site. We believe that the fence height is needed for that. It also provides screening of some of the activities on site, which we think is also a benefit. The excessive illumination at the property line, item 8. Item 9, insufficient illumination of the off-street surface parking area, and the excessive maximum height of the building mounted lights. Again, we've done our best working with the existing lighting on the building, proposing some new lighting to get a fairly uniform lighting plan. It does not meet the standards as established in the ordinance. However, good engineering practices to, maintain somewhere between 2 to 5 foot candles of illumination on a site. We've seen these illumination levels come down as time goes by because of light pollution, etc. There is some spill onto some public roads due to the lighting layout, but again, given the location not being near any residential, and that this is a site that is not really used at night, we think the lighting plan is appropriate for this area, and that the variances can be granted, with the only exception being item 10. We can lower those heights if it's desired. The new building mounted lights.
I'm sorry, Chairman, can you zoom in a little bit more on the pictures?
Well, those are just pictures of the existing conditions, Commissioner Baez.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So yeah, there's some lights along these facades here. There might be a better one to look at too, but hold on. Just see. It's a little far distance, but this gives you an idea of what the building looks like. With regard to the waivers, we are reducing the number of driveways by closing up the curb cut on Empire Street. And the item 2, the excessive driveway width, is an existing non-conforming condition. We think it's appropriate to maintain those drop curbs, given the fact that we're now stipulated to proposing parallel parking along that side of that would be the west side of the building along Meeker Avenue. We think that that will make for better entering the site and really promote a free flow of traffic in that area. And quite frankly, we're essentially taking parallel parking that could potentially be on Meeker Avenue off the street and putting it onto our site. With regard to the variances, again, these are all C or bulk variances. We need to justify or weigh the positive criteria versus the negative impacts of the application. And there are 2 prongs to the C variance relief. The first one being a C1 or hardship variance. We do have a number of hardships on this site. First of all, the shape of the site is triangular, which makes it very difficult to maintain adequate circulation while weighing impervious coverage. We have 3 front yards, which creates a variance condition in a couple of the cases, and positioning of the building. We have a number of existing non-conforming conditions. The front yard along Route 22. And again, and a number of the impervious coverage issues and the lack of landscaping. Again, it's 11 variances, or 10 variances. We recognize that. Actually, it is 11 because of the transparency on the front facade. However, there's a pretty specific case on point, legal case, Pullen versus South Plainfield, where a board can look at the totality of this application and the benefits that it is providing to the municipality at large, and weigh that in terms of whether that benefit really outweighs the negative impacts. So under C2 flexible variance, C2 flexible criteria, again, we're improving the security of the site. We're reducing exposed outdoor parking of vehicles by putting them within the garage, the company vehicles inside the garage. We are promoting the goals and objectives of the municipal land use law. Those goals are B, G, H, and I. B is really to work to mitigate flood damage to buildings by locating the garage where we put it elevated. We're eliminating that. It is important to note our site is outside the flood hazard zones per the FEMA and New Jersey state regulations. Item G is allowing for a variety of uses. Again, this is a great use in my opinion. This is jobs for Newark. This is a family who's invested in the city of Newark since 1903 and continues to work here and provides jobs for anywhere between 60 and 100 employees, many of whom are from the city of Newark and who can get real skilled labor positions. These are not just warehouse jobs. These are people who know how to construct and build and fabricate. So I think that's a real plus that needs to be considered, specifically when we're looking at what was cited in the court case that I mentioned. And I believe most of these variances, I'm going to take this off. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Go back to the picture. I think most of these variances can be subsumed into one when looking at it with that criteria. A couple other goals and objectives is creating a more desirable visual environment, which I think we're doing by putting up a masonry building to house the parking of these vehicles. And that's, again, there's case law on that. Burbridge versus Mine Hill, where creating a desirable visual environment really is a very good cause in substantiating offsetting negative criteria. And last, which would be I, we are promoting a free flow of traffic. I'm sorry, that was H. I is desirable visual environment. Subparagraph H, or colon objective H, is to promote a free flow of traffic. We're closing off curb cuts. We're eliminating backup onto Meeker Avenue. So we really are proposing benefits to the community that will improve the free flow of traffic. And at the risk of repeating myself, the inclusion of the stormwater management and working with the city, and it's been a very collaborative effort. I've been a minor portion of it, but I think Mr. Agarian and Mr. Trafficante, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to say AJ because I don't want to mispronounce any of his names, have worked together to create a real positive plan here that will retain water on site and help mitigate some of the issues in that area. The last two things I'll say, I think the variances that we're seeking, I will say, in my expert opinion, the variances can be granted without causing substantial detriment to the health, safety, and welfare, nor will it cause a significant impairment of the zone plan. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garrett, and I want to thank you all. This has been a very detailed presentation, and I'm especially impressed by the remediations that have been provided with regards to storm water management, because it's definitely a concern for you all, and I know that you've had material losses due to what's going on. That said, commissioners, do any of you have any questions or concerns that you would like to raise at this time?
Madam Chair, Charles Trafficante has his hand raised.
Okay, he raised it again. All right, Mr. Trafficante, what's going on, sir?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, if I may.
Yes, sir. You may. What's your?
You sworn in again?
No,
you're
you're
already sworn.
You're sworn in.
Mr. Garrett, one concern, all these variances and design waivers you mentioned, do any of them require relief from meeting the minimum lighting requirements?
Yes,
Either
please.
doorways, driveways, walkways?
Yeah, that was, I believe that was identified. I identified the site lighting of the, as outlined in the planner's report. And it is our opinion that the lighting is adequate to safely occupy this and operate on this site. I would point out, I think I mentioned it, but the prevailing direction in terms of site lighting, given the fact of LEED types of buildings, not that this is a LEED building, is to encourage reduced lighting levels. The more light isn't always better because that creates night sky pollution. And again, it may be incremental, but every little bit helps. And again, I think those standards are applicable that were cited in an area that would be more retail oriented, where you would have people coming and going from the sites on a regular basis. People coming and going to this site know the site, and you heard the hours of operation. They don't go deep into the night. I would recognize that in the winter, you're probably getting into the dusk and some, starting to get some darkness at the end of business day. But in my opinion, the lighting adequately illuminates this site. And the spillover is the nature of just the shape of the site, putting fixtures in an appropriate location. So I think that we satisfy the criteria for the granting of that variance.
Well, if I could, your client just testified about theft of catalytic converters, theft of property. You also referenced previous case histories where relief can be granted if it's for the benefit of the municipality. Taking all that into consideration, wouldn't it make sense to provide lighting at the doorways to meet the minimum? And they could be on a motion sensor, as well as lighting at the driveways and along edges of the property by the pedestrian walkways. So no pedestrian, whether they're employees of the company or just people walking by, don't get hit by a car, okay? Don't slip and fall on ice at night, things like that, or don't get robbed, all right? These are all points that would generate public safety, not just for the property in question, but the surrounding community. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say, but I don't agree with that statement. I would say that the investment in constructing a garage and keeping the vehicles inside the building is a much more efficient way of preventing theft of vehicles than increasing some lighting levels. And quite frankly, I don't see this area as a heavy pedestrian use. It is an industrial area. And by code, we will have to have some lights outside our doors, from a building code standpoint, which would illuminate those areas adjacent to the building. And we would have no problem stipulating to, providing the requisite lighting outside an overhead door or a pedestrian door on the addition. But again, to put it on the client to illuminate the entire neighborhood, I think, there's street lighting that isn't taken into account. But I will say, Mr. Trafficante, we will work with you to come up with a reasonable compromise.
All right, well, if you're willing to address public safety, all right, again, this is sidewalk that surrounds your property, your client's property, excuse me. And since the property in question takes up the whole block from Empire Street to Meeker Avenue to the off-ramp, it's pretty much, there's no other adjoining lots. What's there now is around your client's property, all right, and also provides access to and from your client's property. So it only seems reasonable to expect some minimum lighting. Excessive, it's industrial, I get that. I'd rather see it meet the minimum than stay below the maximum, just for the sake of public safety. That's all. And if it involves probably additional lighting, then I think that's within reason, all right? Even if it's existing doorways. And again, you put it on motion sensors, so they're not constantly on all night. But that's just a recommendation to the board. No further
And again,
questions.
we're willing to work with Mr. Trafficante, assume as a condition of approval to come up with a reasonable solution to some of his concerns. And again, if we can slightly modify our lighting, or more lumens coming out of a fixture that would address that, we certainly would consider that.
And you could also do a lighting study, see how much contribution you're getting from existing street lighting. You may not need to increase the lighting as much as you may think. If there's significant contribution from streetlights surrounding the property and from the public right of way. Just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions? All right, I don't see any. I don't see any raised hands from my view. Seeing none, we are going to open up the floor to members of the public. If any members of the public, pardon me, have any questions with regards to this application, please press *9 or raised hand on your device so that we may bring you into the panel. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Seeing none at this time, Madam Chair.
Beautiful. All right, so at this time, we would need a motion.
Motion to
Second.
move.
All right, moved
Show my
by
face.
Commissioner Roundtree and seconded by Commissioner Jordan. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bio,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Absolutely, yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Josloff. Your application has been approved. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes.
Thank you for your time, your consideration.
All right, thank you so
Good
very
evening.
much. Everyone take a brief breath, take a deep breath. Stretch at your seat. We're going to keep moving. We're on to application number 5, CPB 24 through 26, which is 636 to 642 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in the Central Ward. And I see, yes, you are, Ms. Carrillo Perez. You ready?
I am ready. I would just ask if the board secretary would mind bringing in Suri Morris, who's the developer, Thomas Reynolds, Mark Bess, John Korak, and John McDonough, and Giovanni Manilio. There we go. Perfect.
Did you say Mark Bess?
Yes. Mark Bess.
Okay, there he is.
All right.
Mark, Mr. Bess is coming in now.
Great, I appreciate it. Thank you. Good evening. Jennifer Carrillo Perez of Connell Foley on behalf of Ascension Capital Partners, LLC, for the project located at 636, 642 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Ascension Capital Partners was designated by the city of Newark as the redeveloper and the contract purchaser of this property. They are represented this evening by Suri Morris, who is a member of that entity. The application before you this evening is to merge those two lots noted to create one tax lot of 17,423 approximate square feet, and to seek preliminary and final site plan approval for the construction of a project named Hill Manor Flats, consisting of two new four-story residential buildings on the property. There will be a total of 42 residential units, 15 parking spaces, and there are various variances as well that we're seeking along with waivers. So with respect to the variances, it's exceeding maximum permitted impervious lot coverage. There are 3 with respect to building transparency and a parking variance. We have in support of the application this evening Giovanni Manilio, who is a professional engineer with Mantera Design, who is our engineer. John Korak, traffic engineer from Stonefield Engineering and Design. Mark Bess, who is our professional architect from Blackberry Studio. And John McDonough, who is our professional planner. Our professionals will provide you with testimony with respect to the specifics of this project. We'll certainly entertain any questions this board or the public may have with respect to that. We also have with us, as I previously noted, Mr. Suri Morris of Ascension Capital Partners, who would be available should there be a question that arise regarding management. So before we begin, just would like to note for the record that we received from the city of Newark, in connection to this application, a planner's report that's dated July 25th, 2024, a memorandum from the Department of Engineering dated July 15th, a memorandum from Charlie Trafficante, July 11th, 2024, with respect to parking and traffic, and a memorandum from the Department of Water and Sewer Utilities dated July 18th. And our professionals will stipulate during testimony that the applicant will work to satisfy and address all of those conditions and revisions that are noted. And so with that, I'd like to ask the board if I can proceed with the application to call my first witness to be sworn in, please, Mr. Giovanni Manilio from our project engineer.
All right,
And Tara.
Good evening, board.
Mr. Beck.
Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
Sure. Giovanni Manilio, M-A-N-I-L-I-O. I'm the site civil engineer from Mantera Design.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manilio, can you provide the board the benefit of your educational background and the status of your license, please, for qualification?
Sure. So I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering from Syracuse University. I've been practicing in the state for 16 years and still in good standing. Testified in front of numerous boards throughout the state and in front of this board numerous times within the past several months as well.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Manilio, you prepared the plans that were submitted as part of this application that we're presenting this evening. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, via sharing the screen, walk the board and provide them with an overview and description of the existing conditions as well as the proposed site revisions and the project that we're presenting this evening.
Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen. Just let me know when everybody could see it.
Yes.
So we did prepare one exhibit for tonight, which is a colored rendition of the site plans, just to make it a little cleaner as far as what we're presenting. It's entitled 642 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, site rendering with today's date.
Great. And just for the record, so that the record is clear, Madam Chair, as well as Mr. Beck, I'd like to mark this as A1.
Very good.
And we will forward it to Ms. Your board secretary.
I guess I will.
Thank you.
As previously described, the site is known as 642 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Block 113, lots 6 and 7, located in the R4 low-rise multifamily residential zone. The property consists of 2 lots with a total lot area of 17,423 square feet, about 0.4 acres. It is a corner lot with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Baldwin Street. Baldwin Street is a dead-end street. It doesn't really provide access to any properties, with the exception of the property to the north of us. It does have, I believe, 2 loading doors, and that's what it serves purpose-wise as far as access. And also Baldwin does provide off-street parking in that area. The lot is currently vacant with sidewalks along MLK Boulevard, a bus stop along MLK Boulevard, and 1 existing street tree, which is to remain as part of the project. We did look at historic aerials of the site, and it looks like it was developed at one point for 2 apartment buildings, which were demolished in the mid-'80s at some point. I do want to note that there's no environmental constraints on the site, and it's not located within a flood zone. As far as the proposal in front of you tonight, we are proposing a total of essentially 2 buildings. I do want to go into a little more detail. So building A is a 4-story building. Essentially, it is 2 buildings that are side by side that have a walkway between them. But I believe all the application material has called these out as 2 buildings on the site, just so don't confuse anybody. So each one of these buildings consists of 15 residential units, a total of 30 residential units, which faces MLK Boulevard. With main entrance along the frontage of MLK Boulevard. And in the rear of the site, there is access off of Baldwin Street for a driveway and parking lot where there will be 3 individual garages for each one of the 2 building A's. We do provide tandem spaces in there for 6 parking spaces, but for purposes of calculating the parking, we did not calculate the tandem as part of the calculation. Building B is located in the rear of the site. It is a 4-story building as well with 12 residential units. Access to that site is off of Baldwin Street into the shared driveway and parking area with 3 individual garages as shown on the screen. In front of that building, there are 2 parking spaces. One is a ADA parking space with an EV charger, and another one is called out as an auto share space. Other site improvements include a refuse area, which is located right here at the end of the parking area. It is about 8 feet by 20 feet in depth, and can accommodate 2 5-yard bins, which would be sufficient for trash that would be generated by these residential units. Trash pickup will occur either once or twice a week, depending on the volume of trash that is generated. Along the furthest east portion of the site, I'm going to call it the rear portion of the site, we do have a green space that we are leveling out. So right now, the topography of the site drops down to the east. We are going to propose a modular block retaining wall, and to flatten that out and provide an open space or a green space for the residents. It will be screened by a 4-foot high PVC vinyl fence. I know our plans had called a chain link fence, and that was called out by the board planner, and we have no issues making that a vinyl fence in conformance with the city's regulations. Additionally, we are planting.
Mr. Manilio, I'm sorry, just to interrupt you there. There was also a notation in the report, one of the, I believe it was the engineer's report with respect to an existing chain link fence. Just so the record is clear, that is going to be removed. And the new fence we're proposing, as you just indicated, while it's noted in our plans as chain link, it will be what you've indicated, which is a 4-foot screened in
white vinyl fence,
white
correct?
vinyl fence.
Yep.
correct.
So all chain link fence will be removed, and no chain link fence is proposed on the property at the end of this project.
Great. There was also a question specific to the retaining wall and the maintenance of that. And so just want to know for the record that the wall will be maintained in regular condition. If you can just elaborate and provide some confirmation with respect to the maintenance of that retaining wall through management.
Sure. So yeah, it will be maintained by the property owner or property management in accordance with any other site improvement on the site.
And lastly, you indicate that there is a steep slope on MLK. You indicated the grading of the property. There was a notation on the engineer's report that it asks specifically, Mr. Traficante's report indicates whether we can revise the proposed grading at the edge of Dr. Martin Luther King to a 2% maximum cross slope, asking us to then alleviate and put some additional stops. Is that something you believe we can be in agreement with and provide?
We could work with Mr. Traficante's office on trying to provide that.
All right, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. You can proceed.
It's not a problem. So going into further improvements, we are proposing landscaping in that green space. We are proposing a total of 6 on-site trees, which will be located on the far east portion of the property in compliance with the city's ordinance. And we are proposing 7 new street trees for a total of 8 when you include the existing street tree, again, in conformance with the city regulations for a number of street trees. Stormwater is to be handled by an underground infiltration system, which will be located where my cursor is right now within the driveway and parking area. And we will work with the city's engineering office and water and sewer to make sure that's in compliance with the city's regulations and the state regulations as far as the stormwater control. Lastly, we are proposing LED lights. They will be mounted on the building. For the most part, the lighting is in general conformance with the city ordinance. Mr. Traficante had pointed out in his report there was a couple areas, I believe, in the south portion of Building B and along MLK Boulevard where the light levels were too low or below the 0.5 minimum, and we will revise our plans to be in conformance with that. So we are not asking for any relief on lighting. Lastly, I'd just like to go over the zoning conformance for the project in a whole. So we are asking for 5 variances for the project. The first is maximum impervious lot coverage. 75% is permitted, where 78.8% is being proposed. We would still like to ask for the relief on the 78.8, But we will work with the board professionals on trying to reduce the impervious coverage. So some thoughts are we could take some of the walkways and make them either a pervious pavement or pervious pavers. I did a quick calculation. I don't think we'll get to the 75%, but I think we can reduce it a little bit. So I just want to put that on the record that we will work to reduce the impervious coverage, but we do want to ask for the 78.8% at this time, just in case we can't come to a conclusion. The next variance that we are asking for is 3 variances, and they're all related to building transparency. And it has to do with the primary facade, which faces Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard for building A. 35% is required, where 31% is proposed. And I believe the project architect will go in a little more detail on the request for these variances. The second is for a street side facing facade along Baldwin Street. So that's the north side of these buildings. 25% is required, where building A is proposing 10% and building B is proposing 5%. Again, that's not a travel way. It is a dead end and not for the general public for the most part. Lastly is transparency along the south side of the facade. 20% is required, and again, 10% is being proposed for building A and 5% for building B. Lastly, we are requesting relief on number of parking spaces for the project. 42 spaces are required. We came up with a calculation of 15 spaces being provided. That includes the garage spaces, the surface spaces, and the credits for the EV and auto share. And does not include any tandem parking spaces. So there are an additional 6 parking spaces on the site, but they are not being counted. So a total of 42 spaces are required, where 15 spaces are being proposed. And again, I had mentioned, and the traffic engineer will go into a little more detail regarding the request for the relief. But there is mass transit and there is a bus stop right in front of our site as well that will assist in the justification for the relief. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. And Mr. Milio, just to clarify a few things, I apologize, Madam Chair, just a couple follow-up questions. So you indicated we will satisfy all of the landscaping requirements with respect to the shade trees and on-site trees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we will comply with the comments noted by the Department of Engineering with respect to lighting and ensure that we are compliant with the city ordinance as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Engineering report also noted that there is a waiver with respect to the proposed access driveway width of 28.7 feet. While they didn't object to it, we are still requesting that waiver. Just wanted to note it for the record.
Yes, we are asking for that waiver.
Okay. And then with respect to we agree to revise the plans with respect to the bike or other spaces with respect to bike parking or any micro mobility spaces. We will accommodate some space within the properties, correct, in the buildings?
That is correct. I believe some will be inside the building as required by ordinance, and some will be outside as well.
Okay. And then the last question I had that I believe was raised in one of the reports related to the refuse collection area. Albeit you noticed it on the plans there on the left, if you can just circle with your cursor that area. I think the question was with respect to the tenants accessing it. How will the tenants access that area, and then how will it be collected and disposed of?
Yeah, so this is easily accessible from all the rear entrances and front entrances of the both buildings. So they will come out through the parking lot or driveway, dispose of their trash or recycling, and it will be disposed of by a private hauler.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I don't have any additional questions for our engineer.
Thank you. Commissioners, do any of you have, oh, I see Mr. Traficante's hand is raised. Mr. Traficante. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been sworn. You can go ahead and proceed with your questions or concerns.
One question, Mr. Manilio. In the engineering report to the planning board dated July 15th on page 2, item 4, Roman numeral 2, we asked the plan to revise the plan to show the proposed location and dimensions of the recyclable materials collection area in accordance with section 4116-7-1-2 through section 4116-7-1-7 of the city code. If contained in the refuse collection disposal area, The applicant shall provide testimony during the hearing. Can you tell us where you plan to collect recyclable materials?
Yes, so as I testified to, this area is approximately 20 feet by 8 feet. We could fit 2 5-yard containers in there. One will be for refuse and one will be for recycling. So we could designate it on the plans and our details. One will be for refuse, and we'll have a square here and a recycling area right here.
That'll be sheltered from the elements as well as rodent infestation
They would have lids, yes, correct.
and prevent rodent infestation.
Yes.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for Mr. Traficante. Mr. Traficante, what kind of enclosure is going to stop the rodents?
Rodents? It would have to be a pretty tight one with this, with a fine mesh, something to keep, board on board, something besides chain link or any open gap fencing that prevents rodents from getting in. But it would have to discourage or, nothing's 100%.
All right. Listen, I thought you might have known some magic. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Good one, Chairman. Good one, Vice Chair.
Listen. All right. Anybody else have any questions for the engineer? No, I didn't hear any. All right. Ms. Carilla Perez, who's your next professional?
Mr. John Korak from Stonefield, he is our traffic engineer.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Cork. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
It's John Korak, last name spelled C-O-R-A-K. I'm with Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Thank you. Mr. Korak, can you provide the board the benefit of your educational background and the status of your license for qualification, please?
Of course, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is current and in good standing. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the College of New Jersey. I'm an expert in the field of traffic and transportation engineering. I've appeared before over 100 boards within the state, including this one on several occasions.
You're accepted by the board. You can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Korak, your office prepared a traffic and parking assessment letter report that was submitted as part of this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was an original one dated February 2nd and a revised on May 31st of this year. Is that correct?
Correct.
And considering the existing project, your office did review the plans and the project as it relates to site access, circulation, and parking supply. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Great. And can you please provide the board with the benefit of your report and the findings?
Yeah, of course. So with any report that we do, it begins with a field visit and review of the roadway inventory. The site itself, located at the southeast corner of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Baldwin Street. Baldwin Street, of course, not much of a street. It's essentially a small stub that provides access to the two roll-up doors, the property to the north, and some on-street parking. Whereas MLK Boulevard, it's a city roadway, 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, 1 lane of travel in each direction. And it's a collector roadway that brings traffic in the area to many of the important east-west streets within the city of Newark. The site itself, we're located just north of Kinney Street, in an area that, from a traffic, transportation, walkability perspective, nice neighborhood mix of uses, plenty of residential, but of course, neighborhood scale retail, schools in the area, all things that go toward, a more walkable, connected neighborhood as opposed to, segregated land uses and the like. As mentioned by our engineer, right along the frontage is the stop for the number 5 NJ Transit bus. And then a block away, down at the intersection of Kinney and Washington, are 2 more bus routes, the 66 and the 70. And these 3 routes are very useful travel routes within this neighborhood. They provide close and convenient access for future residents of this site in particular, but they also connect downtown Newark, Newark Penn, Market and Broad intersection, the Path, and within a half mile of the site, there's an additional 18 bus routes that make stops. So a wider or broader availability as well, aside from all the connections, of course, that are downtown and at Newark Penn. This is really important for a site like this because when you have useful, convenient transit service, combine that with the neighborhood amenities, the walkability, it really drives down the need for automobile ownership amongst residents. It's not going to eliminate it or make it zero by any means, but it does make it does create a situation where you can have tenants who don't own vehicles. That is very attractive to some people, especially because typically when you don't have a parking space, your rent tends to be a little bit cheaper, just from a market perspective. That said, from traffic engineering perspective, trip generation, and impact, we are encouraging the transit use with the design and the location. But we did conduct a trip generation analysis to understand essentially what those traffic impacts could be. We have a very low peak hour trip generation from this site, not something that's going to create any sort of perceptible difference on the roadway network. And of course, with the site access being out to Baldwin instead of MLK, we're not introducing any new curb cuts onto a collector roadway, instead keeping it all within the minor stub of a street and really the appropriate access location. So by ordinance, when you take all the calculations, we have a proposed amount of 15 parking spaces, plus an additional 6 physical spaces that are in a tandem configuration for some of the units. Included within this are the electric vehicle, the make-ready spaces, ride-sharing spaces for Zipcar, the like. And because of, as I mentioned before, where this property is suited and the marketing for the property, we do expect that parking demand to be less than 1 vehicle per unit. That said, we did also look to see what the parking demand was on the roadway network during the peak overnight conditions. Within a 300-foot, the true 300-foot radius of the site, which is a street or two beyond what was directly in the traffic study, but there were, during the overnight period, observed to be 39 available parking spaces on MLK, Junior Boulevard, Eagles Parkway, Kinney Street, that would be able to serve some of the parking demand associated with the project. So that's 39 on-street spaces. We have 42 units and an ordinance amount of 15 spaces on the site itself. So more parking than units available both on site and the surrounding area. And then if we take that 300-foot radius, we expand it out to say 1,000 feet, there's an additional 100+ parking spaces that were observed during that peak overnight period that could be utilized by future residents living at this site. And given this is an infill site and there's not a lot of other infill sites in the area, the capacity at the roadway we feel is sufficient to accommodate this project and this parking demand that may come along with it. So I'll finish up with Mr. Traficante's July 11th, 2024 review letter. Both of our offices are in alignment with the minimal nature of traffic impacts and levels of service. Mr. Traficante has requested an additional parking count be taken on the Sunday period, which of course coincides with somewhat of a residential peak where people are more likely to be at home and stay at home on a Sunday, and of course church traffic in the area and parking related to that. So we would be happy to do that count, and we'll agree as a condition of approval to conduct the additional parking counts relayed within his July 11th, 2024 traffic review letter. And in summary, the project, the traffic impacts can be reasonably accommodated on the roadway network. It would not have any adverse or any significant adverse impact to the roadway, to the neighbors of the residents who are in the vicinity of the site. And from an overall traffic and parking perspective, this site will function well within the fabric of this existing neighborhood as an infill development, redeveloping the site that's been vacant for many years. That concludes my direct testimony. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Correct. Are there any?
Oh, Madam Chair, can I just have one follow-up question as it relates to a report, a comment made in a report from the planner?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I apologize. Mr. Korak, you had indicated during your testimony that based on your review, there's availability of off-street parking within a 300-foot radius of approximately 39 cars. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated as well during your testimony that there are just a number of vehicles to which that we're noting as auto share parking spaces, correct, as part of the project?
Correct. We are including ride share, auto share, parking on the site itself. Yes.
Correct. And so there is a notation in Mr. Barry's report, the city planner's report, that requests as a condition of approval that the applicant provide a memorandum of understanding with auto share provider to receive that bonus credit. At this point in time, we've reached out to your understanding, and unfortunately, they will not issue an MOU until the project is constructed. So we are just going to proceed with the variance as it is, and we'll ask the board and Mr. Barry for relief from that one condition because, again, it is something that is being requested post-construction. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding and pretty typical of the ride share operators. They don't want to make any agreements until there's actually a parking space there, building built, etc.
Thank you very much. And with respect to any other condition you noted, we're in agreement to provide that additional study Mr. Trafficante noted in his report, correct?
Correct.
Great. Thank you. I have no additional questions for Mr. Korak, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions for Mr. Korak? All right, no professionals with questions for Mr. Korak. All right, I don't see any. Who's the next professional providing testimony?
Our project and architect, Mr. Mark Bess.
Good evening, Mr. Bess.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Best. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Mark Bess. I'm the principal of Blackberry Studios, and we're serving as the architect for this application.
Mr. Bess, you have testified before us many times. You can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the best thing now is to share screen.
Thank you. And just so the record's complete, Mr. Bess, are you referring to the plans that were submitted as part of this application?
Yes, I am.
Right.
Okay, is that visible for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So what you see on the screen right now is the primary elevation on the right-hand side, looking from a rendered elevation, that is, looking from Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, looking, it's the west elevation looking east. And then on the left-hand side is the elevation, part of the elevation from Baldwin Street. So what I'd like to do is to take you through each of these buildings, the floor plans, the elevations, discuss the materials and the layouts. What I'd like to do, what I'm going to do is to start with the Martin Luther King building. As you can see in the front elevation, rendered elevation, there's a pair of buildings, but we describe them in this testimony as one building. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to share with you this particular image, which shows the buildings rendered in an axonometric view. This axonometric view is Baldwin Street. It slopes down from Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. So this is the side elevation. Here's the two buildings side by side that face Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. And here's the one building in the back, looking from the opposite direction. Again, at the top of the screen is Baldwin. Along the side here, where my cursor is moving, is Dr. Martin Luther King. And this is the side yard. There's a little rear yard area here, single building, and the paired buildings that we're going to take a look at first. Move my screen down a little bit, and we have to bounce to A200. Here we go. So these are rendered images of the Dr. Martin Luther King facing building. Again, there's paired, so I'm just isolating one. There's a mirrored image. There's the actual duplicate next to it. front elevation, rear elevation, where the two buildings face each other back to back, side, and the opposite side on Baldwin Street. On this building, due to the conditions that our civil engineer described, the sloping conditions, we were able to place 3 garages at this kind of sub-lower level at this building A. And so there's going to be these cars can be put in tandem if necessary, if need be. As you go onto the building, there's a front entry with an overhang, which was illustrated at the front of the building. You have a common hallway, which wraps around. You have stairs that go up and provide 2 means of egress from above, and a door that opens to the rear with an open space in the center. The building is, if we look at going through the front, you have the option of going directly into a unit. And I'm calling this building type A for reference sakes. And on this level, we have 2 one-bedroom apartments and 1 two-bedroom apartment. So we have in here a 2-bedroom unit. There's a door that can be accessed from the back. So if you're parking in the rear, you can come in through the rear, or in the front, we have to take steps. Again, the building that's on a sloping site. There's an additional corridor on this side with a 2-bedroom unit located. Sorry, 1-bedroom unit here and another 1-bedroom unit here. And this is our 2-bedroom unit on this side. I stand corrected. Each unit has this kind of nice open dining, living, kitchen area. So the bathroom, utility spaces, etc. for each of these units. So this would be the first level above the parking. The garage would be below what you see here. And as we move up the building, on levels 2 and 3 of this building, they are identical. They kind of match each other as you go up. And so you can take the stairs up and you go into these corridors, which lead you to the individual units. On floors 2 and 3, there are 2 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units on each level. Each level also features a little balcony, which we saw on the front elevations. And then as we progress up to the highest level, which would be the 4th floor, there's 4 one-bedroom units on the 4th floor. Again, each one has this little balcony here, nice swinging elements to bring in natural light and air into the building. As I mentioned before, each one has its own heating cooling unit, its own laundry facility, and it is well appointed. There's lots of nice space within each one. And this building is what's mirrored in both elements of building A, as we're calling it. So here's our elevations. It was discussed during testimony by our civil engineer, issues regarding transparencies. So you'll see, this is the Dr. Martin Luther King elevation, and it's the primary front facade. I believe on this primary front facade, 35% is the required transparency, and we're providing 31% based on these glazing areas that are shown. Behind the building, which is facing the opposite direction, the percentage required is 20% minimum, and we're providing 34%. Here's the garage door. So let's take a look at these elevations while we're here. The elevations consist of brick at the lowest level, with a aluminum handrail, a glazed entry. You'll see our window profiles here, and then once we get above that lowest level, in that first level, we transfer the building material to cement panel construction. And we're going with a light color to kind of contrast what's going on below with the brick. And we're offering some different brick patterns to break up the facade. This is consistent all the way up in the back of the building. In the front, on the MLK side, we're featuring a ornamental metal frame around the top windows to give it a nice kind of modern character. And the roof continues behind it. There are skylights up above these window elements to bring some light down into the units on the upper floor as well. So that's basically the material assembly that's consistent on all the building facades. Here's the side facade. This is the Baldwin side, which here you can dramatically see the sloping, which our civil engineer described. And again, we're following the kind of, brick patterning, breaking it up a little bit as we go up the building, and then establishing a baseline and going with the cement panel on the side elevations with our window profiles, etc. Again, you can see from the side, the framing, we like this orange color, gives it a nice little pop in the building, gives it a modern profile. Here's the skylight assembly here. And then we come down with a kind of a gable, a pitched roof that goes towards the back to run water off. You can see our balconies here at the Dr. Martin Luther King side, and again, balconies back on the opposite side facing the inside where the parking is located. This is a section that goes through the property, again, showing the living, dining, bedroom areas, etc. So let's move our attention now to the other building, which we're going to identify as Building B. And again, let me just go
Mr.
back.
Bass, before you proceed, I just want to note for the record, I know we submitted an original set and then we submitted some revised plans. Can you just note the date of the report of the plans so that the record is clear with respect to the plans we're discussing as part of this application?
Yes, the date of these drawings.
As revised.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at there we go, 5/17/2024.
And the provisions that were submitted dated June 4th, 2024, they're de minimis with respect to the changes?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. So you can proceed with building type B, please.
Okay, thank you. Building B is the building that's behind the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. elevation. So this building A, which we just went through, they're copies of each other with the space in between. Building B is one continuous building in the back. And here's the area in between the buildings, and then we're going to now take a look at Building B. Here's some rendered images of all the building elevations once again. This is the area in between of Building A. Here's the front of Building A. And here's the area in between of Building B, which we could call the front, I guess, and the back. Building B, we have the rear elevation, the front elevation. I'm calling it the front even though it faces the interior courtyard area. So just to be safe, just to be straight about that. So in this building, a little bit different than Building A. In this building, we do have a small lower level basement. Again, it's due to the sloping of the site. We were able to carve out an area in the basement. We could put some, we could use it for a variety of functions, storage areas for the tenants, perhaps putting some, utility equipment, etc., in that space. Above that, as you come into the building, you come in, you walk up. We have in this building, Building B, that is, 2 one-bedroom. Let's see. Yes, we come in here and we have a 2-bedroom unit. Might stand corrected here at the lowest level. There's a garage here. So you walk in, kitchen, bathroom, laundry, bedroom, and a stair that takes you up to the next level. As you approach up the stair, you come to a hallway, and you're actually at this point entering into the next unit. Okay, so this provides your means of egress down, and you have your entry stair to come in from the back. Glass in the stairway, which is really nice to bring some light in. You walk into the foyer, and you have 3 bedrooms in this particular unit. Again, you continue up to the next level, and you'll find another 3-bedroom unit, and on the 4th floor is exactly the same. So in this building, you have a total of 11 units, and the other one you have a total of 15 in each building. These are going to be comprised and laid out similar to the others in terms of finishes, in terms of amenities, bathrooms, laundries, independent laundries, HVAC units, everything that we have in the other unit. There's some nice shelving in the hallways, some little niches that we put in to add some character to the interior space of the building. Here's our entry looking from the primary entry of Building B in the rear. Recessed entry, stair that has lots of glazing and bringing some light in. Glazed entrances, you can see we're really trying to accentuate the amount of glazing that we could get on this elevation, but we do in this case exceed the minimum that's required. This is looking from the opposite direction of the building, the rear end of the building. Again, windows cross, more windows, balconies. These are staggered balconies. We like to stagger the balconies so there's some dynamism to the elevation. It also allows for the balcony to get more light and not as much shadow from the balcony above. Side elevation on Building B. We have our vertical glazing that associated with the side of the building with some of those spaces in the floor plan with smaller windows. Larger windows have some of the living spaces, some of the non-living spaces, kitchens, etc. This is our section going through the building. And again, these are some of the elevations that we looked at last time from our previous. The material composition is the same as the Martin Luther King Building A with the cement panels and the brick, and of course the orange accents to kind of highlight certain elements of the building, giving it some architectural character. So that concludes my testimony for the 2 buildings, Building A and Building B. And I'm free to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Best, just a quick follow-up with respect to the variances we noted. I know Mr. Manilio addressed it, but there are some variances with respect to the facade transparency law be mostly de minimis. So did you, with respect to that, would you agree with the testimony Mr. Manilio put forward with respect to the justification as to why and the rationale for the transparency requests?
Yes, I would. Really, they're based on floor plan and what's available. We tried to maximize transparency on the primary elevations as much as we could, so you could see in these images.
Okay. And then if I can just, I'm going to mark this, Madam Chair and Mr. Barry and Mr. Beck, I'm going to mark these as Exhibit A2 just because he had a revised date of today, even though it's just a point of reference, and I'll submit that as well as with the other exhibit at the conclusion of this hearing.
Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Best. I have no additional questions.
All right. I see that Mr. Traficante has his hand raised. Mr. Traficante, if you can turn your camera on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
One question, I guess, for the architect, if I may proceed.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Bess, in your elevations and exhibits, I don't know if you can bring up the front elevation for Building A as you look at it from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Yeah, all right. From looking at, I guess, would that be the one on the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You show what appears to be at least 4 balconies that all project out from the front of the building and what also appears to be a staircase to the front door. Do all those encroach into the public right of way? And if they do, have you secured or your client secured any approvals?
No, we're not planning to encroach into the public right of way, sir.
So
Not
they won't project beyond the front property line? None of
No,
those?
sir. No, sir. And they look rather exaggerated because of the screenshot using the software. So I apologize for that. It looks much deeper. They're not that deep, sir.
All right. But for the record, they will not extend beyond the front property line?
No, sir.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trafficante. Are there any board members that have any questions for our professional, Mr. Best, the architect? Let's see. All right, I don't see any. Thank you. Ms. Corolla Perez, do you have another professional?
Mr. McDonough, who is just going to wrap it up for us.
All right, bring us home.
Good evening, Mr. McDonough. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Once again, please state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, everyone. John McDonough. My affiliation is project planner. My license is current and in good standing.
All right, you testified many a times. You're accepted and you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. McDonough, you've had the opportunity to hear the testimony and review the plans that were submitted as part of this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the City of Newark's updated master plan as well as the zoning ordinances of 2023?
Yes, I am.
And given what you've heard this evening and the plans you've reviewed, can you please provide the board with your planning analysis with respect to the relief that's being sought this evening for this particular project?
Sure. Our applicant has done a real good job here of respecting the zoning ordinance and the R4 zone district. This is a very, very clean application from a zoning standpoint, needs relatively minor or modest relief. And also from a practical standpoint, this is a good fit within the surrounding land use context. We'll give you a couple of snapshot photos here, Madam Chair.
And how many photos, Mr. McDonough?
It's going to be actually before. I put the wrong one up there. Here we go.
Okay, so we're going to mark
the wrong one up there. I got one more slide. Let me just grab it.
Madam Chair, we'll mark them as A3 planning photos.
So A3 for the record, we're looking at 2 tax lots, block 113, lot 6 and 7. It's about 17,423 square feet. Undeveloped vacant lot fronting on Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. We've got a bus stop right in front of the site. We've got one next door. You heard Mr. Korak's testimony that if you were to go out to a half-mile ring, there's about 20 or so out there. We've got great walkability here. Certainly got availability of mass transit and multiple modes of transportation here that would lessen the reliance on the automobile. That's important because probably the biggest variance here is the parking relief, where we have 15 spaces, 42 being that which is required. Again, offset by the strong testimony and evidence of Mr. Korak, walkable area, bus stops within reasonable walking distance, availability of on-street parking, and certainly the industry standard based on local conditions for a relaxed reliance on the automobile in this location. What's important here is this is an infill development. It's a vacant lot. It's a nice large vacant lot, so it's got excellent spatial capacity to accommodate the development before the board. And again, our applicant has done a good job of working within the confines of the land and the ordinance as well. We've got a large multifamily project immediately to the east of the subject site and another one to the west of the subject site. So this is a nice infill development that is responsive to the surrounding neighborhood. You get a sense of from the 3D here, it's a site, again, fronting on a primary corridor in the community. You've got your landmark Kruger Mansion building right down the street. And again, this is going to be a beautiful addition along a corridor that now is suffering, a site that's suffering from stagnation. And you have an applicant here ready, willing, and able to reverse that stagnation. Here's what the site looks like from the ground now. It's a plain blank sheet of paper. It does fall off in the back, as you heard. And then, of course, as you just heard through Mrs. Bess's testimony, this is going to be a beautiful addition along the corridor. I think the building will speak for itself, and we'll let that hover here as we sort of pop through the proofs. In terms of the zone district, we're in the R4 zone district. That's your low-rise multifamily dwelling district. That's exactly what the applicant is delivering here. 5-story buildings are allowed. You can see this is a 1, 2, 3, 4-story building. So again, working within the confines of the ordinance. Substantial compliance or full compliance with the use requirements of the R4 zone. Substantial compliance with the bulk requirements, the height, the number of stories, the setbacks, the density, and the building coverage all comply with the ordinance requirements. The relief, relatively minor. You heard it through Mr. Manilio's testimony for lot coverage, which is a de minimis increase over the allowance, 75% being allowed, 78.8% being what's proposed, which is actually about 660 square feet above what the ordinance would allow. You heard Mr. Manilio say we're going to try to move that needle down a little bit, but we're still going to ask the relief to the extent that we can't satisfy your engineer in that regard. Talked about the parking supply, 15 versus 42. And then lastly, I'll just fall back on Mr. Bess's testimony and also Mr. Manilio's testimony as to the transparency. Basically, the reason we need the relief is because we have an interior courtyard that doesn't meet the transparency requirements that essentially nobody sees in the interior. And also related to this stub street over at Baldwin, which again is not necessarily in the public realm. The main view that matters is the one that we see on Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And that this is what you get. I think it's going to speak for itself as a beautiful addition to the corridor. Taking all this back to the statute, we're going to apply that flexible C balancing. On the positive side, project will advance multiple purposes of zoning in the land use law at NJSA 4055D-2, including purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare with new housing stock. It's going to replenish the city's older housing stock and provide housing for a growing population. Purpose G, to promote the planning goal for a variety of uses in appropriate locations. It delivers infill housing that is compatible with the surroundings that I just showed you. Purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment. Again, we'll let the building speak for itself. It's going to fill a void and complement the area. And then finally, purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land, taking unproductive land, putting it back into productive use, and delivering a permitted use. Counterbalancing that with the negative criteria, I'll simply at this point just fall back on all the testimony on the record that all relief can be granted without any substantially adverse impacts to the public or without any impairment to your zone plan. Based on that, this is a positive infill that meets most zoning requirements and requires minimal relief. Most importantly, the statutory criteria for relief are met. And in that regard, I believe approval is warranted here, Madam Chair. That's all I have on direct.
Thank you. I have many questions, but commissioners, I want to give you an opportunity to raise any questions you have about this application.
Yeah, Vice Chairman, Commissioner Bias.
Yes, sir.
Is this 100% affordable housing or is it going to be misused?
No, this is Jennifer Carrillo Perez. This project is going to be compliant with IDO, so it's not 100%. There will be 20% of the units set aside for affordable.
Okay, yes, because it's over 15
Correct.
apartments. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that question. Are there any additional questions? All right, seeing none. Are there any members of the public who have any questions with regards to this application? Hill Manors Flats. Do you see anyone?
Oh, I'm sorry, seeing none at this time, Madam Chair.
All right. Given that there are no questions from the public, and we had a very detailed presentation from the professionals,
We did.
we need a motion at this time.
Motion move it.
Approve it.
Moved by Commissioner Purdy, seconded by Commissioner Baez. Roll call, please, Secretary.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Commissioner Roundtree partying too much. That's you forgot about the meeting tonight. What's going on?
All right, so she's not present right now.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Present, not voting. And congratulations to you all. Your application has been approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Have a good evening.
That's beautiful. Next application, CPB 24-1750 Wilson Avenue. Are the applicants present?
We have Mr. Velozzi coming on.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. Noemi Velozzi on behalf of the application. Madam Chairman, we actually wanted to request an adjournment on this matter. I was reviewing all the reports from the various city agencies with Mr. Roma, and there was a couple questions him and I needed to clarify. I
Okay.
apologize for not requesting it earlier, but unfortunately I was on the phone with Mr. Roma and I missed you asking if anybody had adjournments.
And then you had to wait until 10 o'clock.
That's all right. I get you guys out of here earlier too.
All right. Do you know how much additional time you need?
If we could put it off for late September or after that is fine. 30 days is more than enough.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Miss Secretary, what do you have? What do you?
Yeah, I have October 7th.
That's fine.
All right, so adjourn to October 7th. Are we preserving notices?
We are.
All right.
And we'll waive any statutes.
All right. All right, so we're preserving notice and we will see you on October 7th. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving along.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. All right. Tell me that I didn't hear something again.
You didn't hear something again?
But you know I was present, right?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I told her she forgot about it.
I was here the whole time and my phone died for a second. And as soon as I clicked back on, y'all done voted and went on to, this is crazy. But if you look at the recording, I was here the whole time for the
okay. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. We have 1 hour left. Let's see what we're going to get done. All right.
Just take my vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. Look, if we could charge up. Thank you, ma'am. All right. CPB 24-25 1-37 Avon Avenue. The applicants are available. Please raise your hand so that we can bring you in.
We have the attorney, Mr. Kemp, coming in.
All right. Good evening, Mr.
Good
Kemp.
evening, Chairman, Chairwoman, apologies, and board.
No worries. Let's go.
It's been a long night. We'll get right to it. My name is Carl Kem. I'm the attorney for the applicant, which is the Friends of Team Charter Schools. The application involves a subdivision as well as a site plan application. We have provided notice in accordance with land use law and the city ordinances vesting the board with jurisdiction to hear this matter. Excuse me. We will have 3 witnesses this evening. We will have our site engineer, our architect, and our planner. We have other members of our development team present for answering questions of the board and public should they arise. We have received The board staff report dated August 5th, 2024. We will address those comments through testimony, and in general, we agree to comply with those conditions in satisfaction of the board planner. We've also received the engineering department report dated July 29, 2024. Again, we'll address those comments through testimony and agree to comply with those conditions to the satisfaction of the engineering department. We've also received a subdivision review from the city surveyor dated August 1, 2024, and we'll agree to comply with those conditions. And finally, we have received a report from Division of Sewers and Water dated August 2, 2024, that will be addressed through testimony. And again, we agree to comply with the conditions and comments in that report to the satisfaction of the person issuing the report. In general, the property, as you are all probably familiar, is located at the corner of Avon Avenue and Somerset Street. It presently contains the Boys and Girls Club property. There is an open area facing Avon Street that will be subdivided off. That will contain the new charter school. The new charter school building will be attached to the existing Boys and Girls Club building, and the reason is to provide what everyone calls these days synergy, but for mutually beneficial operations between the two. This will enhance the services provided by the Boys and Girls Club by use of certain facilities in the new charter school building, and vice versa. The charter school building will use some of the facilities in the Boys and Girls Club building. So then we also cut down on the amount of building that needs to be built to house this new use. Because of this odd configuration, we have an unusual lot line when we re-subdivide this property, and which also creates a couple of variances. Again, the variances are outlined in your planner's report. The only comment I would note in regard to variances as listed in the report is there was a question which we weren't able to revise before we had submitted our plans, which is the number of classrooms and the parking requirement. Our understanding, having spoken with the planner, is that the classrooms that are used as classrooms as opposed to other uses are what is determined in the parking calculation. There were certain rooms listed on the plans which had been revised, and we'll mark those as exhibits when we get to that testimony. For example, there's a science room and an art room. So as opposed to in the normal classroom, students putting everything away, breaking out their art supplies and having art, they'll go down the hallway to a classroom that's not used, that is set up just for art, so we don't have to clean up paints and things of that nature. And then the students go back to their class. So those rooms are specialty rooms and are not used to increase the student body. They're just specialized use, and we'll go through the testimony there. As a result of clarifying the plans in that regard, we do not need a parking variance. So those are kind of the preliminary matters and general overview of the application, given the hours late. Time for the attorney to shut up and get the witnesses on. Unless there's any questions from the board members or professionals, we'll proceed with our first witness.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. Our first witnesses are project engineer Matt Ryan. Matt is on screen. Can we have him sworn in, please?
Yes. Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
You got to turn your microphone on, Matt.
Yeah, we can see you, but we can't hear you. We can see your lips moving, and you're not muted. So I don't know if your volume is down or what.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Matt.
Okay, sorry about that.
You
Yes, I
solemnly
do.
swear the test you do. Okay, thank you. Could you please state your name and affiliation for the record?
Sure. Matthew Ryan, last name Ryan. I'm employed with Collier's Engineering and Design, civil engineer, responsible for the oversight and the civil engineering design. A licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is active and in good standing. I've been practicing civil engineering for approximately 12 years. I've been licensed in the state of New Jersey since 2022. And I've appeared before numerous boards in the state of New Jersey.
All right. Mr. Ryan, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
All right, you're accepted by the board. You can proceed with your testimony.
And
Okay.
does Mr. Ryan have access for screen sharing?
You should have
You should. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, let me bring that up. Yeah, and I have two exhibits that I'm going to present to you. I just want to confirm you can see my screen, correct?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great.
Right.
Okay, so the first exhibit that I'm going to be presenting is an existing conditions aerial exhibit prepared by our office. For the record, we marked it as Exhibit A1, dated 8/25/2024. Just to kind of paint the pretty picture and just set the scene for the site. You know, as Mr. Kem mentioned, the site is located along Avon Avenue, just to the west of the intersection with Somerset Street. Under existing conditions, the site contains the Boys and Girls Club of Newark. And as we mentioned, we are proposing to subdivide the existing lot. The approximate limits of that line are shown on this exhibit in yellow. Essentially to follow the geometry of the existing boys and girls structure with a few jogs, just due to some code requirements. But essentially, the portion that we're identifying as proposed lot 1.01 is the Boys and Girls Club property. That will essentially remain unchanged as part of this application. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the western portion of the lot, which we're calling proposed lot 1.02, to construct the proposed charter school. So I'm just going to flip to my next exhibit, which is entitled Color Site Plan Rendering. And for the record, we have that marked as Exhibit A2, dated 8/25/2024, prepared by our office. This is essentially, I'm sorry?
8/5/2024 is what you.
2024, yeah. This is essentially a colorized version of the site plan that was prepared by our office, but just to provide some color and a little more clarity, we wanted to put it in color just for the board's benefit. So I could walk you through the site plan improvements. So as we mentioned, we're proposing to construct a 3-story charter school, which will be attached to the existing Boys and Girls Club structure. As we mentioned, the number of classrooms, I know there was some adjustment to the actual number of classrooms that we're listing on the application. And the project architect will go into a little more detail on the breakdown of those classrooms, but for the purposes of the application, we're proposing 25 classrooms within the school. So in order to serve the school, we are proposing to construct a parking lot and circulation aisle to the west of the building with 28 proposed parking stalls that are angled at 45 degrees. The parking lot has been designed with one-way counterclockwise circulation to allow for pickup and drop-off of students via both parents driving students to the school and unloading them, as well as buses. The site was designed based on a 35-foot long bus. I believe in Mr. Traficante's report, it mentioned that we hadn't provided a truck turning plan, which we will provide as a condition of approval, but the site has been sized to allow for circulation for a 35-foot long bus. So again, the parking lot would function as a one-way counterclockwise circulation. There's a striped area on the northern side of the parking lot, which is designated for student drop-off and pickup, as shown here. The area is approximately 20 feet wide and 65 feet long. And again, this is intended to allow parents to pull up, drop off their children, as well as buses. There's an at-grade drop-off along this frontage here, the north side, which is flush curb with bollards spaced, I believe, 6 feet on center, just to allow students to unload without any form of tripping hazard. Just to the west of the drop-off area on my cursor is a proposed refuse and recycling enclosure, 10 feet by 20 feet masonry enclosure. The enclosure includes 2 dumpsters. One would serve for refuse and the other would serve recycling. These would be collected via a private hauler that could just be scheduled as needed by the school. Typically happens a couple times a week during off-peak hours, not during school hours, just to avoid any conflicts. In addition, the striped area is intended to also serve as a potential loading zone to unload deliveries to the school, as well as for the school cafeteria. I believe there was a note in the engineering memo that the loading should be designed for a 40-foot long tractor trailer. However, the applicant, Kip, has several facilities, throughout the city, and generally, like, they do not utilize tractor trailers for deliveries. They utilize box trucks, which are approximately 25 feet long, which the site has been designed with more than sufficient space to allow for circulation for those box trucks. We would, of course, provide truck turning templates showing those trucks as a condition of approval. But essentially, those deliveries would occur during off-peak hours or during school closures when there's no students or staff parked here, and they would utilize this striped area to pull in, unload deliveries, and bring stuff into the school. So as a result of the one-way circulation, the way the site has been designed, we do require 2 driveways along the frontage, which, based on the actual frontage that we have, approximately 185 feet, that does require a waiver. We would typically only be allowed to have 1 driveway. However, just due to the one-way circulation nature of the site, we feel like this was the most efficient way to get cars in and out of the site, and we feel that it would be more than justified to grant that waiver. We do have, I just want to double check my notes here. There are 3 bulk variances required as part of this application, and just for the record, we do have a professional planner as an expert witness who will be providing some more justification and proofs for those variances. But just for the record, those variances that we are requesting are side yard setback for both lots, essentially because these buildings will border each other. They will both have a 0-foot setback where 5 feet is required. We're also requesting a variance for rear yard setback. 30 feet is required. We're proposing 8.4 feet. And then there's also a variance required for maximum impervious coverage. 80% is the maximum allowable. We're proposing 89.5% only for the new lot. The existing Boys and Girls Club lot does comply. Couple other things that I would want to note from a site layout perspective.
Matt, apologize. Before you move on,
Yeah.
we do want to note that there's an existing non-conforming setback for the Boys and Girls Club that's going to remain.
Correct.
And that we will not be exacerbating.
Correct. Yes.
And then if you would, in the report of the board planner, he does list a variance for foot candle illumination. Can you address that at this moment?
Yeah, and I can get to I can jump to lighting and landscaping as well, because there are a couple items that I believe we do need relief from. So I can address that now. Actually, I'm just going to flip to the site plan, which was included in the application package. So we do require relief from the.
And Matt, sorry, before you go, just which sheet number?
Oh, sorry. Yes, this is a lighting plan, sheet 9 of 14, which is included, which is part of the site plan application submission.
And the last revision date on that sheet, if you would.
Last revised June 12th, 2024.
Thank you. Please continue.
Yep. So we do require relief from the maximum illumination level. I believe there was 4 different requirements just sporadically throughout the site for At building doors, the maximum allowable is 5-foot candles. Within a parking area, the maximum allowable is 5-foot candles. For sidewalks, the maximum allowable is 2.5-foot candles. And I believe at the access driveway, it's 5-foot candles. And we do have some sporadic locations where we do exceed those requirements. And that's primarily due to the tight site geometry. And in the interest of site safety, in order to, it's a school, we're trying to make sure that there's sufficient lighting levels for parents and kids, and just given the allowable space and the fact that the lighting fixtures that we're proposing are LED fixtures, which tend to have more focused lighting levels at the fixture. We do have a few locations where we exceed that. There's sporadic spots where we have, like, for example, 8, 10, and those are primarily located at the fixture themselves, and the remainder of the parking area generally complies with the parking requirements. I believe Mr. Traficante's memo had indicated that the engineering department didn't have any objection to the waivers or I guess variances for maximum foot candle levels for those fixtures. But we would just want to note for the record that we are seeking variance relief for those. Now, one item that was also noted in Mr. Traficante's memo was minimum foot candle level. And that was within the right of way of Avon Avenue, where the ordinance, from my understanding, the ordinance requires 0.5-foot candles, even though it's outside of our property line. So I have been in contact with Mr. Traficante, and we will work with him to address that comment, whether that's by survey, because I guess one thing we would just want to mention is that there are existing streetlights along Avon Avenue that just aren't factored into this lighting design. So either through a combination of surveying the existing lighting levels or providing an additional light fixture, we will comply with that condition. Obviously our interest is site safety. It's a school. There's gonna be children coming dawn and dusk hours. So, we'd be happy to comply with that condition. So those were the variances required for lighting. I did, so I'll kind of like jump around a little bit here, but I did want to also address from a landscaping perspective, there are 2 items that I believe we will also need relief from. So I'm going to flip to the landscape plan, which is sheet 7 of 14 in the site plan set. Also last revised June 12th, 2024. So I just want to double check my notes here. There are 2 conditions, which again, due to the limited real estate that we have, in order to provide the minimum parking requirement for the school, it becomes challenging to provide. There's 2 requirements here. One is that 50% of the parking area shall be shaded within 15 years. And the second requirement is that 15% of the interior parking area is to be landscaped. I believe we do not comply with those requirements. We have met with the engineering department, and as noted in the engineering letter, we'd be happy to meet with the city arborist as a condition of approval. We have gone through a few iterations here, and we've done essentially what we could to provide as many trees and shrubs as possible within this site. We are meeting the city ordinance requirements based on my calculation for street trees along the frontage. We're proposing 8 trees along the right-of-way line, where I believe 7 are required based on our actual frontage limits. I know there was some discrepancy between the board engineer's letter and the board planner's letter, where the engineering letter had kind of noted the entire frontage length along all of Avon Avenue and Somerset Street. However, if we were to only follow that requirement for our frontage along the new lot that we're creating, we are meeting the street tree requirement of 8 trees being proposed, where 7 are required. And then in addition, we're proposing 9 internal trees which I don't have the calculation in front of me, but I believe that does meet the ordinance requirement for the number of trees on site within an interior lot. So again, like we'd be happy to meet with the city arborist and, you know, work with them to make any adjustments that they see fit, but we are proposing essentially as much landscaping as we can in any available area. I just don't think we could comply with the 50% shade requirement and the 15% interior parking area to be landscaping without losing the parking spaces, which we really just do need for staff. So I know kind of just like jumped around, but those were from a lighting and landscaping perspective, those were the additional items for the record that we would be seeking relief. So I just want to jump back to the site plan rendering again. So just a couple other things that I wanted to mention from a site layout perspective. We are proposing a retaining wall along the building frontage where you can see my cursor here. Essentially it hugs the Avon Avenue right-of-way line and bends around the building. This is primarily due to there's a fairly steep grade change across the site under existing conditions, and in order to construct the school and tie it into the existing Boys and Girls Club, we essentially end up flattening out some of this area to make everything level, and that results in a grade change of approximately 6 feet from the school to the street. So we are proposing a concrete retaining wall along this front area here, which would also include a fence along the wall for fall protection. In addition, we are proposing to replace in kind. There's an existing iron fence which runs along the Boys and Girls Club frontage across Avon Avenue and Somerset Street. It does follow this black line in the front of the property where my cursor is now. That's an existing fence line. That would be getting removed as part of this application, but then also reconstructed in kind in the same spot. And we would construct new gates. Right now, the existing site has gates for the playground area for the Boys and Girls Club. Those would have to get relocated, but we'd be constructing new gates, which would be, I believe, manually operated and open and closed during school hours for both the ingress and egress driveway. From a stormwater management perspective, in order to mitigate the increase in impervious coverage, we've designed a porous pavement system with under drains. And you can kind of see the difference on this rendering, this lighter shade of gray. That's the area that would be porous pavement. The other gray areas would be essentially standard asphalt pavement. And the surface runoff would collect within that porous pavement system. It almost acts like an underground detention system, collects into the under drains and discharges into the existing combined sewer within Avon Avenue. There was, and again, we are in receipt of the comment memo from the engineering department. We have been in contact with them. We'd be happy to work through, the technical items that remain in their memo. There was one comment in Mr. Traficante's memo that requested testimony regarding stormwater management, and that's for this proposed trench drain, which is proposed along the high side of this access driveway in order to collect runoff and make sure everything is collected on site and doesn't leave our property. There was, it was noted in the comment memo that there was some type of discrepancy in the elevations for the trench drain. And I just want to note for the record that the elevations listed on the plan basically show the fact that the interior portion of the trench drain is sloped and it all collects at a low spot in the catch basin. And then everything ties into the proposed porous pavement system. So we could certainly add additional clarity to the drawings, but I just wanted to make that note because it was listed in his memo to provide testimony. Just double check. From a site utility standpoint, just going to flip also to the site plan set again because they're not shown on the rendering. And again, for the record, this is sheet 6 of 14 within the site plan set, also last revised June 12th, 2024. We are proposing new sanitary sewer, water and gas connections, which go to the existing mains within the Avon Avenue right-of-way. As we noted, we are in receipt of memos from the engineering department as well as water and sewer. I believe there's a few open items that we need to work through, which we don't have a problem addressing. From a site electrical standpoint, we are connecting into an existing utility pole within the Avon Avenue right-of-way and connecting underground. However, we do need a new transformer, which is proposed on the southwest corner of the site on a concrete pad, which we have had some preliminary coordination with PSE&G to size this transformer appropriately. So we do feel like this is essentially the size that would be required. And we are proposing, just to flip back to the rendering, some screening, for that transformer. Might be a little misleading. I believe these are the lower lying shrubs just to provide access to the transformer, but that is screened as a visual impact from the Avon Avenue right-of-way. Yes. Yeah, and I did just want to touch on lighting and landscaping, although I believe I explained it in a little bit more detail when I was explaining the variances. But again, just to touch briefly on the landscaping, which I previously referenced, the sheet 7. We are proposing a pretty robust mixture of deciduous and ornamental trees, as well as a mixture of evergreen shrubs, grasses, and ground covers. Within these landscaping islands, the maximum extent practical, we tried to squeeze as many shrubs and trees as possible. And then lastly, I did just want to double back to the lighting plan. So again, we're proposing to provide site lighting in the form of pole mounted and wall mounted LED light fixtures. So as I mentioned, our primary focus is trying to ensure site safety and make sure we have sufficient lighting levels throughout the parking area and the pickup areas, which, in our professional opinion, we believe that this site has sufficient lighting levels. There is a small degree of light spillage to the west and north of the property, which was noted in the board planners report. But I would just want to note 2 things. One, it's not shown on here, but along the western and northern property lines, there is an existing retaining wall, which has an elevated surface. So if I flip back to the aerial, this Jesse Allen Park here, which is an existing basketball court, tennis courts. This is a few feet higher than grade. So to some degree, the lighting levels that we're showing are calculated at grade, but because this is picked up, 4 or 5 feet, the lighting levels likely wouldn't be as high, in this offsite area. And the same goes for on the northern property line. It's hard to see, but there is a retaining wall along this back side here. And I would just want to note, like the lighting spillage that we're talking about is what I would consider de minimis. I mean, we're talking like 0.1 foot candles on the north side. You know, there are some spots that are slightly higher along the western side, and it's really just due to the fact that we don't have a lot of real estate. We tried to keep it as limited as possible while making sure that we have safe light levels within the parking area. So there are a few spots where we do exceed, I believe, 1 foot candle just in one spot on the western property line. But again, this area is essentially a public park with basketball courts that is very well lit. And just in the interest of public safety, in our opinion, we feel that providing the lighting levels at this property line, which, you know, contains the egress driveway for the school, would be much more beneficial than trying to reduce these lighting levels and sacrificing on the illumination levels in the parking area and in the site egress driveway. I believe that concludes my direct testimony, unless there's any specific items, if Carl, you wanted to bring up, or I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Actually, not just, you've done a thorough job, thank you. Just one to clarify, we are required and will be installing one make-ready electrical vehicle space, is that correct?
Correct, yes, and that is
Okay.
shown, just want to make sure it's on this rendering. It's not shown on here, but yes, we are proposing one EV make-ready space in the parking area. Just for reference, this is sheet 3 of the site plan set, which is the layout plan. We are proposing, it's labeled as EV, and this is a make-ready EV charging space.
And that's in compliance with the state law as well as the municipal ordinance, correct?
Correct, based on the number of parking spaces proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Chairwoman, that's the testimony from our site engineer. He's available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any?
Yes, yes.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Birdie.
I want to know, how many people gonna be employed in that one building?
So the number of employees, I believe, is approximately 64.
How many parking spaces you got?
28 parking spaces, which
where other cars gonna park on the street?
So two things on that. One, at least from a code perspective, it's based on the number of classrooms, which we do meet the city code ordinance for parking requirements. However, and I don't know if operationally, if the applicant would want to speak on this, I would just note that, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but there is an existing parking lot for the Boys and Girls Club, which contains 40 parking spaces. And the school hours don't typically overlap with the Boys and Girls Club. So I believe there is an opportunity to work out some type of shared parking agreement. I don't, again, like, as the engineer, I don't want to speak out of turn on that, but
there's a very bad traffic issue there now, coming through there.
Well, yes, there is.
You can't get through there now. You put a school there, people picking their kids up, it's gonna be chaos. And our past experience with these schools, like down Washington Street, you know, you get them schools down there, people can't get through. They live in the city.
yeah, and I just to kind of double back on that, just kind of like speaking with my team here. So I believe that shared parking agreement is something that we would work out with the Boys and Girls Club. So between the 28 spaces here and the 40 spaces in the Boys and Girls Club lot, that does provide one parking space for every staff member. And the intent of this parking lot is only to provide parking for staff.
The pickup thing, what the pickup? Drop off.
That would occur in this loop here with, you know, there's this striped area here where they would
people
end up with,
people that's going to work, they ain't pulling, they gonna pull on the street. They get jammed up in there.
yeah, right, but they would queue along, you know, I don't have the exact number in front
Not
of me.
gonna happen. I've seen it happen before.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. All right. Any other commissioners with any questions for our civil engineer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Commissioner Baez.
And thank you, Commissioner Curtis, for asking that question. You say it's 29 employees there, isn't it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How many employees?
I believe approximately 64.
Okay, excellent. I would like to know where can young fellows from Newark can go to apply and where to go to apply for jobs.
Commissioner Baez, did you say apply for what, for employment? Is that what you're saying?
For jobs in there, like for the, actually, to be honest with you, what I really want is to see if we could propose having local resident doing the job for that project.
For the build, is that what you're asking?
Correct. And then also I'd like to know where can teenager like a school kid can come in to apply for a job. I'd like to know where they can apply for jobs in there.
You'll have to have a representative answer that question for you. Give me 1 second, Commissioner.
All right. Are there any other questions from the commissioners for this professional? All right, seeing, and I have one question, and I guess you may be able to answer, or possibly Mr. Kim. Did we conduct a traffic study for this?
Yes, there was a traffic impact statement that was submitted with the application.
Was there a study and not a statement? I want to know if there was like.
Matt, do you know? If not, we do have a
Yeah,
traffic engineer.
the statements used interchangeably, but yes, it was a study.
What were the dates of the observations for that study? Dates and time.
We'll check. We do have our traffic engineer.
Okay, so that person is coming up later. Don't worry. I hope he's listening. That's the question that I have. All right. Who's your next professional?
Madam Chair, if I could, one item to address. Thank you.
Yes.
John Barry, board planner, still under oath from earlier this evening. Excuse me, Mr. Ryan, you mentioned the shade tree, street tree plantings. Took a look at the property in the interest of kind of squaring the inconsistency between the engineering report and the planning report. There are a number of mature trees along the perimeter of the Boys and Girls Club portion of the property. I would just recommend that if any of those trees are in poor condition, are damaged during the course of any work that's done, that the applicant agree to work with the city shade tree superintendent to replace or infill if needed, to create a consistent perimeter that would match the new trees being proposed with the existing mature trees that are more or less along the perimeter of the Boys and Girls Club property.
Yeah, I don't think we'd have a problem with that. And one thing that I didn't necessarily note in my testimony is that you mentioned these mature trees. One of these trees, which is essentially at the limit of where we're doing the construction, will have to get removed in order to build the new improvements. And we are replacing one in kind just a few feet to the right of that. But yeah, I mean, the condition you mentioned, we wouldn't have a problem with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Chairwoman, while we have your questions pending, why don't we get the witnesses up to address those? So if we could have Representative Doug Chu from the charter school. Doug, please turn your camera on and be sworn in, and he can give the answers to the commissioner who had questions about jobs and construction jobs.
You're going to have to be sworn.
I'm promoting him now once
Okay.
he declined it. You have to accept it.
Recording stop. Recording in progress.
Is he on camera? It's hard to see. Am I?
Mr. Chu, if you can turn your camera on and come off of mute.
Come on.
Here I am. Hello.
Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
My name's Doug Chu, and I am with KIPP Schools, and I'm the Director of Facilities and Real Estate.
Thank you, Mr. Beck, and good to see you, Dan. It's been a while. Doug, if you just address the questions from the commissioner about your use of local employment and how people can possibly get a job for construction and with the school.
Yes, if if anybody wants to apply for jobs, they can visit our website. It's kippnj.org. That's KIPPNJ.org. And then at that website, there's a link to employment.
Thank
And
you.
as
Sorry,
far as construction, we plan to select contractors that are union contractors, and definitely with the focus of union labor that is part of Newark and Newark families.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. That's all we have from Mr. Chu to address the question of that commissioner. Unless any questions for him, we'll move to our traffic engineer.
All right, let's go on to the traffic engineer.
Thank you. Alec, if you would turn your camera on and be sworn in.
I'm going to promote him now. One second.
Doug, you can turn your camera off now if you'd like. Thank you.
Mr. Kim, is there anybody else that you don't see up here that is a part of your team that I should add to the meeting as a panelist?
We have Allison and Kristen Russell. Allison and Kristen Russell will be the next two witnesses after Alec. So we have Alec Zukowski, who is our traffic engineer. You can raise your right hand, and Mr. Beckman, please swear him in.
Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Alex Zukowski, Zukowski, with Colliers Engineering and Design, prepare the traffic impact study. Licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. License is in good standing.
You're accepted by the board. You can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And
Thank
Mr. Zukowski, the sole question before you is, what was the date the traffic counts were taken for your report?
Yes, so the traffic counts were collected on Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, between the periods of 7 to 9 a.m. and 3 to 5 p.m.
Thank you. If there's any further questions for the traffic engineer, if not, we'll proceed to our next witness.
Well, if he could present the study, or at least a summary of the study, because it's a major contention, especially with, for those of us who travel through that area.
Certainly. Sure. Alec, can you just give an overview of your conclusions in your traffic report?
Yep. So, as we said, the study was collected on a regular weekday in October. All schools were in session, and we collected data at the intersections of Clinton Avenue and Elizabeth Avenue with Avon and Wright Street, which are on the right side of the plan that's being shown right now. And we also collected at Somerset and Avon. The peak periods that were observed were between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. and then 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Those are the peak hours. So you ran trip generation for the school using the industry standard Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual 11th edition. And we, based on the count data, distributed that into the roadway network and used Synchro 12 to run the capacity analysis. And what we found was that there'll be a slight increase in delays at the intersection of Clinton and Elizabeth with Avon and Wright, but it's very minimal. And that operationally Somerset and Avon, same thing, a very, very slight increase in delays. At the site driveway, operates at a level of service B, which is acceptable, with a maximum queuing of 2 vehicles exiting the site. Did you have any specific questions?
Yeah, so with regard to the AM and PM drop off, right? How, or if that's part of your purview, how do you imagine that working?
So as Matt described, vehicles will enter the site at the right driveway, and the pickup and drop off itself will occur at the end of that parking lot. There's approximately like 10 vehicles can be accommodated there with an estimate of 25 feet per vehicle. And then they'll leave the site. And like I said, max queuing at that stop bar back onto Avon is estimated as 2 vehicles.
Can you clarify, you're saying the estimation of 2 vehicles? Clarify what you're saying there.
Sure. So in the analysis, it's the trip generation is distributed over the peak hour, and basically anyone who's leaving the site would have to stop for any traffic along Avon, and at any given point, the calculations show that there would be a maximum of 2 vehicles waiting. In other scenarios, it would just be 1 vehicle stopping, waiting for traffic on Avon to clear, and they would be able to complete their turn.
Where on Somerset was the measurement taken? Because what we all need to acknowledge, right, is that Avon at that point it's a one-way, right? Am I correct, Mr.
Yes,
Commissioner Purdy? It's a one-way, right? So in
One-way
order for the families to reach your part, your location, they're coming around the school that's next door, coming past all of those nice buses, right, that sit outside of that school, dropping off the students who are eligible for specialized transportation. And then they're coming up Avon to do all of this drop off. I don't understand how we're coming up with the conclusion that this is not going to be an arduous task.
Yeah, so I mean, for our trip distribution, there's definitely, we estimated some of the traffic, we estimated 40% of the traffic coming from Somerset Street. And based on the existing count data that we had collected, we distributed 10% coming from right and 50% coming south on Clinton Ave. So a total of 60% coming from that intersection and a total of 40% coming from Somerset. And obviously, like we said, it's one-way westbound. So when they leave the site, they can filter through. There's many different options for them to get back.
Then you got your parents lined up out there coming early, pick their kids up, and they call double park. They're not going to go in the parking lot.
And then also, how do you get back there from, when you're talking about if we were coming down or up Clinton Avenue, right? How do you easily, listen, okay, I'm not even, okay, I'll finish my thought. All right, it would be almost magical. You would have to come up Clinton Avenue to be able to get to Avon that easily. You wouldn't be able to come down and hook, because that's not a legal turn anyway. But anyhow.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. You have anything else you want to tell us, Mr. Zukowski?
I think I covered everything, unless there's anyone else who has other questions.
Commissioners, do any of you have additional questions? Are you?
Vice Chair, I just waiting for my answer. Where can the city new employers, especially kids who come from school, can apply for a job? And I need to know where, because I got a lot of kids asking.
Yeah, we had just given that testimony before, and the.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
No worries. The connection's been a little rough, and there you can go to the website, which is kipnj.org. That's KIPPNJ.
Hold on, can you repeat that? Hold on, Can you repeat that for me, please?
Certainly, Mr. Bias. Apologize for incorrectly. So the website is KIPPNJ.org, and on there's an employment section. Or if someone's interested in getting a job, they can go there. And Mr. Chu also indicated that when we're using contractors, it'll be union labor with a concentration on contractors from the city of Newark. So there's job opportunities through those employers once they're selected as the contractors for the construction.
Right, but I would like to have like a local resident doing the job, because this is Newark. This is
Yes.
Newark.
Understood.
So I'd like to have it like, if you think it could be, a local resident should do the job over there. Because they know everybody in the community. So it's a boys and girls club. So they know everybody. And it would be nice for the city of Newark to employees to have that job.
Well,
If you don't mind. We don't.
Yeah, so the bidding will be open to everybody, as indicated by the client. Given their history, this type of project would be largely built by union labor, and the union draws heavily from the city of Newark. So there will be Newark people employed in the construction of the project.
All right, thank
All right,
you.
thank you. I
You're
got the
welcome,
website.
Mr.
Thank you
Bond.
very much. Thank you, Chair. Bye, Chair.
You're welcome.
All
If there's
right,
nothing further, we can proceed to our architect, Ms. Chairman, Chairwoman.
definitely.
Okay, Allison, if you would please turn on your camera and be sworn in. Our next witness is Allison Soroka, our architect.
Hello.
There
I'm
we go.
Allison.
There
Can
we
you
go.
hear me?
Good
Hi,
evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Allison Soroka, S as in Sam, Roka. I am principal at DeCarabino Architects, and we are the architect for this project. I am a licensed architect here in New Jersey and have been since 2018. And my license is in good standing.
All right, you may proceed. You're accepted by the board, Ms. Soroka.
Okay, thank you so much. So, as our engineer, Mr. Ryan, had shared, that our building is located on a narrow site and oriented in the long direction, which is the north-south direction. If you could, I'm just going to stop sharing. So if you could just stop sharing, I will share the plans that have been submitted and also additional exhibits that I'd like to present tonight for clarification purposes to address the classroom naming and counts for the project. Okay, so this is the overall first floor plan of the project. The long
Sorry, Allison, before you
long
continue, is
facade.
this, are these the plans submitted or is this the
This
revised?
is, yes, this is the original floor plan that was submitted. Again, this is A2, and the date on this is actually June 7th. We did update some of these drawings as per the comment here, per our TRC comments received from the engineering department.
Thank you. Please continue.
Sure. So as I had mentioned, the overall floor plan is a long, narrow plan to accommodate for more of a double-loaded corridor, as you'll see on the second and third floors. This is a 3-story K through 5 elementary school building, and we are sharing the spaces that are in the adjacent building of the Boys and Girls Club of Newark, which is why it was so important that the building was located along their building edge and that property line that we have adjusted to accommodate for our window openings and door openings along that planned south elevation. So on the overall floor plan, I'm just going to go into a little bit more detail here. For the main entrance, it's really located along the center of the overall facade that's facing the general parking lot. This is again to better locate the entrance along this corridor that intersects the general double loaded corridor, which allows for easily access to the Boys and Girls Club as well as the classroom hallway, and then as also the general main office and cafeteria space located on this first floor plan. Another beneficial factor of this type of an arrangement is that we're allowing for a number of egresses and delivery points for the cafeteria kitchen, the storage and receiving area for any shipping or deliveries that are coming in, and the egress from the general egress stair from the upper levels, and then a general egress off of this corridor for the cafeteria to go out to the parking lot for any, pickup at end of day as a benefit from the Boys and Girls Club as well, that is using this space for their after school hours. The overall main office is again located off of this secure entrance vestibule, which will have personnel that will be screening any visitors or parents or students that are coming in for the day. Again, general office spaces, conference rooms, and they also have access from the vestibule and then off of the main corridor. This corridor will then lead you to the general nurse and faculty spaces, along with a Boys and Girls Club general dedicated office. The corridor that leads down to the left, to the southern end of the site, this is going to be the 4 general kindergarten classrooms with single occupant toilet within each classroom. And every floor you'll see, which is stacked, is going to have our general gang toilet rooms, faculty single occupant toilet room, our custodial closet, elevator, and electrical and IT spaces. As we proceed down the corridor, we do have a small group instructional room, which is used for pullout for resource and specialty pullout, teacher one-on-one, and small group instruction. The utilities and mechanical equipment, electrical distribution, fire, all will be located within this space, which is depressed down further from the general finished floor plan of the first floor. Our other egress stair will be located all the way at the southern end of the building footprint and allow for egress out to that that sidewalk that was also allowing access and egress to the general egress of the Boys and Girls Club. We do have an exit at the general corridor as well, which is also covered by the floor plan or the footprint of the second floor above. If there are no questions for this floor plan, I will go to the next plan. I'd like to introduce this plan as Exhibit A3, which is dated with today's date. This plan, I have renamed some of the classrooms to better identify which classrooms are going to be capacity generating rather than specialty classrooms. So I will just go through and do a general count of capacity generating classrooms, which would be this starting from the upper left, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We also do have 2 special self-contained special ed classrooms, which are 1, 2. So that will total the 11 classrooms that are capacity generating classrooms on this floor. Then we have 3 specialized classrooms, which are the music room. This room has been relabeled to music room and art room, and also a performing arts room as well. These are all the arts related, which is why they're all on this floor. Again, all of the second and third floor plans are laid out as a single access corridor with egress on both ends. There are, again, the stack of the toilet rooms and elevator, as well as electrical. On this floor, we do have supplementary spaces for storage, utility rooms, and faculty spaces, as well as offices. We do have a small group instruction, again, for pull-out instruction, and a general office at the left-hand side. This floor also does have exposed roof above the cafeteria kitchen space. Moving on to the third floor, which is very similar to the second floor, and I will go through those classrooms again because this is my Exhibit A4, which is dated today, 8/5/24. And we have relabeled again some of those classroom spaces to identify which is specialized and capacity generating. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 general classroom spaces, as well as 2 self-contained classroom spaces, again, 1 on each end. And then the 2 specialty classrooms, which are non-capacity generating science room and technology room. Again, these are more of the STEM specialty type classroom spaces, which is why they were put on the same floor with one another. We do have general office space, again, another small group instruction for this floor. and that same stack of the toilet rooms, elevator, electrical space, and again, some of those general office and faculty room spaces as well. Now, these are the exterior elevations that were presented and already submitted with our package. And this shows the overall elevation that's actually facing the parking lot space and showing you that that entrance. We are having a mixed materials on the elevation with a mixture of brick as well as metal panels and glazing. We do have a small canopy over the main entrance area to really identify that, along with the 3-story curtain wall glazing. And I'm going to just move up to the elevation that is facing the actual Boys and Girls Club. So you'll see that a lot of this elevation is solid just because of the condition for the property line and the openings that we are restricted. So we really don't have as many openings on this elevation. However, we are including a number of skylights on those spaces that don't have natural light from the facade. They will have from above. Again, you can see that we're doing a mixture of brick as well as metal panel in addition to the glazing. This is the rear elevation. That would be the elevation at the kitchen space, and then the roof above, which is accommodating some of the equipment serving the kitchen, and then the classroom spaces beyond. This would be the elevation facing Avon Avenue. We will have some small signage along the front facade on the metal panel, as well as the curtain wall and the entrances for the utility spaces and the end of the double loaded corridor. These are some of the elevations that were submitted with our package. Again, this is that elevation facing Avon Avenue. We are showing the covered egress here from the double loaded corridor, as well as the stair, which is in a curtain wall glazing with an accent color beyond. We are showing a mixed blue facade of the metal panels and accent colors in the KIP branded colors for some pop of fun. We're showing you as well the transformer approximate location and the fencing as it may appear along the right of way. This is the facade that will be facing the parking lot. As you can see, we're trying to show you what the landscaping will appear to look like, as well as the materials. Again, we're showing you that brick facade, the lower portion of the facade, with then transitioning to the mixed blue metal panel and the additional accent metal panel in the pops of color. If there are any questions, please let me know. Carl, you're muted if you're talking.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you,
Chairwoman,
Mr. Roca.
that concludes her testimony. She is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roca. I apologize for being muted a little longer than I thought I was. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions for the architect?
It looks good.
All right, Commissioner Baez. Do we have any questions from any city professionals for the architect? All right, seeing none. Mr. Roca, if you could give us the screen back.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Chairwoman, our last witness is our professional planner, Kristen Russell. Kristen, if you turn your camera, be sworn in. Oh, she's already on camera. Good job.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
Kristen Russell, RUSSELL. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey. I'm employed by Colliers Engineering and Design. I've been licensed since 2005 and my license is in good standing.
Thank you, Kristen. If you would just run through the variances and the justification for them.
Certainly. There are several variances that I'm going to go through tonight, all of which have at least been touched on by our engineer, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about their justification. There are 3 bulk variances: side yard where 5 feet is required and we're proposing 0 because we're abutting the existing building. Rear yard required 30 and we're proposing 8.36. And impervious coverage required is 80% and we're proposing 89.5%. There are additional variances and design waivers for the number of driveways, the driveway width, landscaping as it relates to plant height and the parking area that will be shaded, and for illumination waivers that our engineer again went into pretty significant detail about. He really covered those quite thoroughly. So we are asking for C2 variances. These are variances where we're going to show that our proposal represents a better zoning alternative. And to start off, I'm going to go through a few of the intents and purposes of the municipal land use law that our proposal satisfies. Namely, the proposal will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Our proposal will ensure the development of this municipality will not conflict with the development of neighboring municipalities. We're helping to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses, and we're helping to promote a desirable visual environment. There is a great benefit to this application. After all, schools are inherently beneficial uses, but we also are improving the overall site through added landscaping and general beautification of the building that was just presented to you. I would also argue that there is no substantial detriment to the public good based on these variances. The side and rear yard setbacks abut sports facilities, a football field, and sports courts. There are no structures and no residents to be directly impacted. As it relates to coverage, again, we're asking for 89% where 80 is permitted, but I would point out that the existing site area is an almost entirely paved area. So we are actually helping to mitigate that, and our stormwater system has been designed in accordance with NJDEP to actually help improve that situation. The community will benefit from the use. The site will be attractively and safely developed. And I believe that it will really just benefit the entire community to have this school on the site in partnership and, intertwined with the existing Boys and Girls Club. I did take a look at Newark's master plan, and you do have a prosperity goal of protecting residents from vulnerabilities and expanding development of youth-centric services and spaces, which obviously a school directly does. Again, the real benefit to this whole project is the benefit to the community, and the setbacks that we're asking for are appropriate for the site. They mesh well with the existing building. They don't impact adjacent properties, especially because there are just sports uses on the sides that it immediately abuts. Again, this advances the purposes of the municipal land use law, and the benefits outweigh the detriments. As our engineer discussed, the illumination and landscaping variances are really for good reason. We are looking to have a safe site. where, you know, there's proper illumination for the students and the people working at the site. And we'll certainly continue to work with the city arborist and other city professionals to ensure that our landscaping and illumination meets their satisfaction. That's really the lowdown on my testimony and my justification of these variances, but I would be happy to take any questions or go into more detail of anything that that you'd like, you know, some more discussion on.
Thank you, Chris.
Ms. Russell. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions for Ms. Russell? All right. I want to go back because I do have some concerns that I just want to put on the record. One, that traffic study, I appreciate the presentation, but for me, it's not a reflection of what it is that I experience traveling through that corridor daily. Secondly, I would like to know what the premise is of building a school directly next door to an existing public school serving the same age group of young people. Thirdly, I would like to know if there was any communication or collaboration with the folks in the community, right? Because when we talk about benefits and safety and education and progress and protecting the youth, it's about more than providing them a pretty school building, right? We want them to have an education that's beautiful and emboldening as well. And I'm going to stop because what I'm leaning into is just my experiences with some of the schools in the community as a parent. All right. So Mr. Chu, if you can, turn your camera on and respond to any of those notions, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So first, we are building this school to move our Life Academy students, currently located in the South Ward. They currently reside in a school that was built in 1928. And this is an opportunity to provide a world-class learning space for them and provide them with a new building. We've invested a lot of funding into the current school building, and this is just really an opportunity to improve on their space.
Question: what happened to that building when you move out of there?
That building currently is owned by Newark Public Schools, and we are in a lease. So we rent from Newark Public Schools currently, and our lease is due to reset to market rate in 2026. So market rate would be about 6 times the cost of the rent that we're paying now. And from a financial model standpoint, it isn't sustainable. The market rent goes to market. I mean, the rent goes up to market rate.
Thank you.
And then Doug, if you could just talk about how there's going to be shared use and how this will benefit the services that Boys and Girls Club is presently providing, and how that will be benefited by the 2 buildings being located adjoining and connecting.
Yes, so there's going to be a shared use agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Newark, where they will use our space, and then we intend to run the after-school program in our building. And then they will have use of our kitchen, our cafeteria, classroom spaces to run their program, and vice versa for us to use their building during school hours. But just also an opportunity for them to share space and collaborate their program along with ours.
Thank you, Doug.
All right, let's go back to this notion of Life Academy moving. How many students are presently in the Life Academy building?
Approximately 550.
And where is the school located?
103 Braga.
So these young people are supposed to come from Bragoa. They're coming across and down the hill. Can you tell us about the transportation for those young people?
It's a combination of busing, and it's typically type A and B buses, which the long buses are typically used for when we do full grade like school field trips. But typically for drop off and pickup, it's the smaller buses. And then there's also family drop off and pickup from vehicles and walkers as well.
I doubt that there will be students walking from the Bragoa community down to Avon Avenue.
And if I may
Talk
address the
about the
chairman,
short buses, right? And 550 students. How many students would be eligible to receive KIPP provided transportation to school, if you have an idea?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can get that. Give me a minute. It's going to call.
I appreciate everyone's patience.
Okay, correction. I just got updated information. So the busing is only provided for families and children that have their IEP. That's mandated by IEP. So most of the kids will be dropped off and picked up by parents. However, I don't have the exact bus count for the IEP, kids with IEPs.
All right.
I could get back to you with that number.
and Doug, just as a general proposition, that'll change from school year to school year depending on the enrollment.
It depends on the enrollment and the population of kids with the IEPs. Correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. That said, can we speak about community involvement in this move? What do we have any evidence of communication with the families that live in and around that Boys and Girls Club? Do we have any evidence of communication with your current families with regards to this proposed move?
We have been partnering with Amir Washington, who is the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, on this, and also there have been family communications as far as the plan, but as far as like community outreach, like we are still early in the process. Like this building is about 2 years out, so there's still time for more community outreach and communication to our families.
I think she's talking about meeting with the residents around that neighborhood.
I'm speaking about both, right? Because I'm thinking before we move forward as a board, it's our responsibility to understand what the concerns of the community are with regards to what's being proposed.
Yeah, I would like to also add our advocacy partner from KIPP, Veronica Avery. She has her hand up, who can speak more to this. If she could be added to testimonial. Her name is Veronica Avery. She has her hand up.
Thanks.
There we go.
Good evening, Miss Avery. Mr. Beck, if you can swear her in.
Yes. Good evening, Miss Avery. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name, your address, and your affiliation to this application.
My name is Veronica Flores Avery. I'm currently the Managing Director of Development and Advocacy for KIPP, New Jersey and Newark, a proud Newark educator for 21 years, Newark Public Schools for 10, and now 12 with KIPP, and also married to a Newark Public Schools vet as well.
Ms.
So,
Avery,
yes.
thank you for joining us. Can you speak to any communication with the community around the new site, Avon Avenue, and also the communication and collaboration with your present parents with regard
Yes.
to this move?
So we started our communication first with elected officials. We wanted to make sure that they were well versed in what was happening in our wards. So we have a phased plan on what we will do to engage the community. We have a plan to do a street team where we will go out sending flyers. We plan on hosting 2 community meetings where we will have the school leader, who's going to be the principal of the building, coming as well, because both of her daughters attend the school and she is a longtime Newark educator as well, where we will have Newark Boys and Girls Club, KIPP officials, and also open it up to community to come and hear grievances, questions, meet the staff that'll be supporting the children that'll be attending school there. So we do have a plan. Right now we're in the phase, and I can share that with you. Right now we're in the phase where we've informed the staff and the leadership team of the school, but obviously our hope is that we are able to move forward in our project, and then we'll be able to begin to execute on our advocacy plan, because we do in fact plan on hiring locally, as one of the commissioners shared, but most importantly, working with the community there to ensure that dismissal and arrival is as smooth as possible. Although having been a principal myself on 85 Custer, right in Newark, across from Peshine, dismissal and arrival is always messy. However, our staff has been well trained, and we normally do arrival and dismissal within a couple of minutes timed as part of what we agree to do to be efficient with our hours in the school day. So it won't be perfect. We are also partnering with the city, because we know there's a citywide project right now to enforce 3 options for all schools in the city to decide what type of arrival and dismissal will you have. So we are awaiting that information as well, so we can make sure that we abide by that.
So all of this Commissioner Bias, let me finish my thought and then I'll let you have the floor. All of these conversations seem to be something that's proposed to happen in the future. And I don't know that gives us enough information to vote tonight. Commissioner Baez, what were you saying?
Yes, Vice Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to you, because that was the question that I was going to ask. First of all, the residents need to know about it. And that's a good thing for you to ask. Actually, I was going to ask them. And that's the main thing. I believe in that the residents need to know, and it's being approved for them. And I'm sure they're going to be happy with him when this proposal is being shared to the community. And not only that one, Vice Chair, I believe in that when it's being proposed like that, the residents need to know about it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Is there any other questions? We have done a lot of work. Again, we started, part of our phase was to start with elected city officials, and we did due diligence by that. And then we are moving forward with our plan. So conversations, yes, that are scheduled to happen, but we absolutely didn't want to do anything before presenting before the planning board. So we do plan on moving forward quickly the minute we get the okay to do so.
All right. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions, comments from members of the board?
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Flores Avery, can you just repeat your title again? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm the Managing Director of Development and Advocacy. This is my first year out of a school building. I would normally be asleep now, because there is professional development for teachers and principals during the school year. But I was a principal at Team Academy prior to this, and a teacher for KIPP, and a teacher for Newark Public Schools. I started my career at 15th Avenue School, then moved over to Ivy Hill Elementary School.
Thank you.
Thank you much. No question, comments from the board, and I know we're beyond, our end time. Do we have any members of the community who are on, if we have any members of the community who are on and have a question, raise hand or star 9.
We have one, Madam Chair.
All right, let's have that person to join.
Mr.
Good evening, Mr. President, and good evening, Secretary Pearson and Mr.
All
Dan.
right. Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Coulter. Mr.
Evening.
Becker's gonna swear
Do
you
you
again.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you. Just once again, please state your name and address for the record.
Jay Coulter, 920 Broad Street, Newark, New Jersey. My question, Mr. President, is for the school, is for the architect that the attorney had come up, where will food be brought through the ingress egress plan in reference to electrical code and fire code, if there's going to be food prepared on the on site, which I would think that with it being a school, that it will need also nutritional support. And the way that you transport food for school sites, there's a way to do it and a way not to do it, and just makes it a lot easier. Well, that was my concern. If that is part of the architectural plans, and if and when there will be a fuel burning appliance in that building, where does the architect foresee that area to be? And the only other component is eventually having, possibly, if there can't be enough trees planted on one side of the building with the tree requirement, that they could do some sort of roof gardening that the Green Ribbon schools are doing across our country. The Green Ribbon schools, where the children are learning hands-on agriculture. But those were my suggestions and questions. And as a parent, I think that it's the Boys and Girls Club already has a legacy, and the school board is already elected, but now the zoning board is making school decisions. So we really have become a unified city, where the zoning board could make a decision about school affairs. So Newark has, when it says we're a civic city, we're now a unified interdepartmental city where different entities outside of elected school board members will make decisions around education. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Allison, if you would bring up your first floor plan and show where the food service will be and how they enter the building. And as to the other comment by Mr. Coulter, we are providing the required number of trees on site already. So Allison, you would just go through the food use.
Yes, of course. So, as I had said earlier, the cafeteria is located at the end of that corridor, and at the back and the rear of that cafeteria is actually the serving line, which is adjacent to the actual kitchen and the prep space. So we do have a cooking line here and a 3-compartment sink, a prep sink. We do have dedicated freezers and coolers, and dedicated dry storage, as well as a dedicated toilet room for the employees that will be working within that kitchen space. That does also allow for a dedicated entrance and exit off of the parking lot area to receive those deliveries, as I had mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Allison. And the kitchen facilities you just mentioned, those are all designed to the building and fire codes as well as health codes.
That's correct. Yeah, this will have its own ANSEL system, for fire suppression, as well as dedicated makeup air units and supplementary air and ventilation units as well.
Thank you. We have nothing further, Chairman.
Thank you so very much. So at this point, we need someone to present a motion with regards to the application?
I will, Vice Chairman, with all the requirements.
What are you saying?
I mean, I will represent the motion for this application.
To approve it or to disapprove of it?
To approve it.
Okay. Do we have anyone to second it?
Second.
All right, so the motion was presented by Commissioner Baez and seconded by Commissioner Jordan. Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
No.
Commissioner Baez,
Yeah.
Commissioner Timmons,
Present but not voting.
Commissioner De Silva,
No.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Present but not voting.
If I might just remind the board members that if you're present and you don't have a conflict,
No.
you have to vote either yes or no. Otherwise, it adversely, those non-votes count against the application. And if you're present and you listen to the testimony, you have to make a decision and a determination one way or the other, yes or no.
That is correct.
And Mr. Beck, if I may, before we complete the vote, if we can have some discussion as to why board members are not in favor of the application, because we have put everything on the application to comply. We have very minor variances. We've agreed to all the conditions and all the reports. I'm not quite understanding why board members are not in favor of this application.
So as chair, either we're gonna complete the vote or we're gonna, you're gonna come back with some additional information.
Mr. Kim, perhaps it would be best to adjourn this application till further information is sought and provided. I think
I think that's a good point, Mr. Beck. I'm curious as to what information the board feels is lacking that they need to make a decision.
I think there was, and Madam Chair, please correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm just trying to step in, help out a little bit. I think what I heard is that they need to know that there's been more community outreach, and is the community aware, the local community aware of what's going on, and have there been any community meetings as such? Madam Chair, is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
So if I may address that point, because that's a legal issue. There's no requirement in municipal land use law to receive community input. The law provides that community is given notice of the application through the 200-foot notices as well as notice in the newspaper. So legally, the board cannot require us to provide any further community input prior to them taking a vote on this application. And I think that's a legal matter that the board attorney should speak to.
I'm going to agree with you with that, but as a practical matter, or I'm just suggesting that it appears that this application, there's some additional concerns that the members have. And I think perhaps maybe if you adjourn this and take some time to listen to what they said and maybe take a look at the transcript, whatever, maybe you can glean some additional information that'll help you at the next meeting to perhaps receive a more favorable response.
Is it possible to give me a minute to speak with my my client before we proceed, Mr. Beck? Mr. Chairwoman, can I just have a moment? Thank you very much.
I might not be here. It's 11:30.
I know that's right.
I'll be very quick. I apologize, Mr. Purdy. Thank you for your patience.
Again, I appreciate everyone's patience, their input, their thoughtful commentary, you know, all of the effort.
Vice Chair, may I?
Good night.
I believe in that if I move the resolution, it was for people to vote on it. It's either yes or no. It's not pressing a voting. It
Right,
doesn't work
unless
like
you know
that.
that you have a conflict.
Okay,
Unless you know that you have a conflict.
apologize for making everybody wait. I do appreciate you giving me the time. So I just had a moment to speak quickly with my client. So in addition to community outreach, is there any other questions the board would like us to give us more information on so we can come prepared for our next meeting?
Traffic and travel.
Traffic as well. Any other thing else? I know Chairwoman, you're speaking for the board, but aside from the community outreach and the traffic issues, is there anything else the board would like to hear more from the applicant? Okay, if anyone thinks of anything, please communicate it through the board secretary to us. Board secretary, when can we be adjourned to?
The next available meeting is October 7th.
October 7th. Okay, and we can preserve notice.
Yes. And we greatly appreciate this.
And Madam Chair, excuse me, Mr. Kim, you'll extend the board's time to act on this.
Yes, good point, Mr. Barry. We'll extend the time for the board to act. And I would ask, although it's highly unlikely, if you do have an opening before October 7th, let us know. We'll re-notice for that date. But we appreciate you carrying the notice to October 7th, and we do extend the time for the board to act. If the board secretary requires a letter for the file, I'll send one tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Certainly, Carissa. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you on October 7th, Mr.
Thank
Kim.
you, Chairwoman and board members, and I appreciate you staying late this evening. I know it's been a very long night. I appreciate everyone's time and input tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, Mr. Barry had a matter, and you can just yay or nay, that we can either handle expeditiously or leave off until the next meeting. Mr. Barry, about how long would it take?
I can do it very quickly unless anybody has questions or the board, there's any public questions. But my presentation will be 2 minutes.
I'm good with it.
All in favor of?
I'm good with this, but we can't set a precedent of
Right.
being very, very stern about stopping at 11 and not really doing it. I mean, we can't do that, because then somebody will always come back and say, well, you didn't stop for this meeting. So go ahead, but understand that's what
But
happened.
you know what? You raise a good point. So, Mr. Barry, can we do it the next meeting?
If that's the board's pleasure.
All right, so we'll do it the next meeting. We'll do the resolutions and such the next meeting as well, because that's right. When we read the introduction, we said we would finish whatever we were at 11 o'clock, and that would be the end. So we want to be true to what it is that is on record.
And it's 11:32.
That's right, and we're
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, Vice Chairman.
All right, thank you all.
Thank
Next
you.
meeting is August 19th. See you then.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Good
Good
night.
night, Purdy. Good night, Madam Chair.
Good night, love.
Good night, members.